Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. How am I coming in? What's good, Dre? What's good? Dre, how's the sound check? All right. Welcome back, everyone. This is Nathan Daley. I'm your law enforcement translator. As you know, we are here. I had to take the whole Wednesday off to make sure I watched this documentary, guys. This is going to be a special, special stream tonight. As you know, as you absolutely know, Candace Owens. Candace Owens did what many refuse to do. She looked into Black Lives Matter. She dove deep. She took a deep dive, went down the rabbit hole, you guys. And what's down there is very, very troubling. It's sad. It's disgusting. And at the same time, it's what do you expect? Some knew, some had their suspicions, and then some are oblivious, and some are completely oblivious even to this day, you guys. This is the problem with this country, right? You know, I am going to tonight, you guys, we're going to do a recap, a review. I'm going to give you my honest and genuine opinion in reference to the documentary. The documentary, where'd the money go? Black Lives Matter, right? Candace Owens did a remarkable job revealing a lot of interesting things that were not given to us in the media. And just to be completely honest with you guys, I was completely blown away. Um, Completely blown away. But before we get into that, I want to say good evening to everybody. And I really appreciate you being here with us tonight. And we are going to have a good conversation. We're going to have a great conversation. And at the same time, I'm going to let people come up and speak their piece, right? Because there's some people who love Black Lives Matter. They love it. They don't like some of the things that I say. That some people don't like anything that I say, and they do still participate in the channel just to kind of hang out to see what happened or what's going on over here. You guys, listen. I am not. I have no issues having conversations with anyone or debate with anyone. So I always say this all the time. If you have issues with what I discuss on this channel, you feel like you want to challenge some of the things that I discuss on this channel, you're always welcome to come up anytime. As you see, sometimes I have a couple salty people in the chat underneath the description of videos, you guys, and I tell them you're more than welcome to come up and have the conversation on a Wednesday. I absolutely do not mind if you are bold enough, if you're brave enough to come up here and have the conversation and stand by your words. You're more than welcome to come up here. Now, I have a principle here, and I say we do facts over feelings. What does that mean? It means facts over feelings over here, you guys. We don't care if it hurts your feelings. We're sorry. At the end of the day, you guys, we've gotten so comfortable being told lies. We've gotten so comfortable with people massaging our feelings that we can't handle the truth. And when the truth is presented to you, you can't take it. Right? Then we want to use techniques like insults and shaming and trying to guilt trip people, try to make people feel bad for having a different of opinions or thinking outside the box or critically thinking. You guys, it's causing so much uh, chaos in this country. And listen, as you know, every Wednesday we do our live shows. That's our guaranteed live shows unless something comes up. 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Please follow me on these social media platforms at Real Nathan Daily across the board. I do release notifications on there as well, so you guys will know when I'm streaming or when I'm dropping a video. So please check that out. I would appreciate it. And so I took notes, you guys. So this video, this is the greatest lie ever told. Candace Owens did a documentary. First of all, bravo for those who have seen it. Listen, this is top tier quality. This is like Netflix quality, you guys. This is Netflix quality content that she put out. I was extremely impressed. Now listen, some people don't like Candace Owens. Bless your heart. Right? It's none of my business. You don't have to like her, but You got to respect her work ethic, and you got to respect the work that she's doing. She's built an empire for herself, and she's a powerful voice within politics, within social media as well, as you guys know. And she has created an empire of just her hard work. At the end of the day, I do understand why within the Black community, some people don't like Candace Owens. I completely understand their position. Whether I agree or disagree, my stance on Candace Owens is there are a lot of things that she says I absolutely agree with. There are things that she says I don't agree with. And there are things that she says that I would have probably said differently. Nonetheless, you guys, I could still have a conversation with her, and I'm pretty sure there's a lot that we're gonna agree on and have in common. What issues do people have with Candace Owens? She's a straight shooter. She doesn't care about your feelings, right? Some people say she doesn't love Black people. I haven't seen any evidence to support that, right? I haven't. This documentary shows the exact opposite. What did I get from this documentary? And you guys, I'm gonna show a couple clips, but the clips will be kind of small, right? Why? Because I want to respect the hard work that Candace Owens did and her relationship, of course, with Daily Wire. You guys, matter of fact, I forgot. I will put the link. I think I did put the link to Daily Wire on in the description. You guys, please go and support. Right, by you supporting, you guys are investing in someone who's doing investigative journalism, and they're putting out information that's one that we need to know, and information that changes a lot of scenarios that the media put out. So I'll probably show a couple small clips, not a lot, but just enough for us to get an idea, or for you to get an idea. But I'm not going to put any spoilers out because there's some spoilers. But I will put out some of the things that I think are very, very important for us to take a look at. Again, it is on Daily Wire, and I will say this: I went ahead and bought the year subscription. And granted, let me just be honest, they're not paying me for saying any of this, right? I like to support quality work, and I like information, and so they have a lot of good content on there. I plan on watching a lot of stuff. Shout out to you, thank you to my moderators as well. Let me put that up for you guys to check it out. We are here to make sure people get their respect for doing the hard work, and I believe in making sure they get that. With that being said, um, with that being said, let's talk about this topic. Shout out to Candace Owens again for not just your bravery, but for your courage, because we all know what happens when you come after opposition. They try to do the smear campaign. And again, like I said before, if you don't like her, that's fine. Let's not worry about who she is. Let's look at what she produced, and let's focus that. Judge people by their fruits, right? and not based on how they look. So a couple things. I have a copy of the IRS tax return. We're going to look at that. We're going to look at just a little bit, because I still want to encourage you guys to go and watch the documentary for yourself so you can get the whole thing. The way she broke it down was crazy, phenomenal. But there's only a piece of the tax return that I want to show and get you guys' thoughts on that. So we're going to talk about that as well. So just let's look at it overall. What were my thoughts on the documentary? Superb. The documentary was superb. Candace Owens, what I got from that, what I saw from that documentary was someone who was passionate, genuine, sincere, and also angry. Angry because of the manipulation, angry because of the lies, and then angry because of the bullying, the misinformation, the disinformation. You guys, at the end of the day, we are all in this thing together. And the name of the game is division. The powers that be want to divide everybody, want to keep stupid people stupid, and intelligent people looking like they're stupid too. The whole idea is for us not to be concerned about the things that are really impacting our day-to-day lives. If we are distracted, we can't make any change. If we're divided, we can't speak up, we can't speak out, we can't fix anything. And so it's what is a tactic that's being used? Emotions. That's why I say on this channel we do facts over feelings, right? Our emotions are being manipulated in order to keep us divided. They use race, they use white supremacy, they use racism, they use gender, right? They use all these different things. You know, I always say only weapons formed from love can defeat weapons formed from hate. You guys, if you're not attacking this problem with love in your heart, you are adding to the problem. You're absolutely adding to it. So, this documentary, here's my thoughts. I'm being completely honest. I worked, I was working as an officer when Black Lives Matter began, when they started. You guys don't know what it was like, right? You saw it on TV. I experienced it. I saw the mental shift. I saw the emotional shift within the people, white, Black, Asian, Hispanic. I watched the media manipulate people into thinking and believing something that wasn't accurate. It's scary. It's scary. I've watched an organization infiltrate a movement, right? Mind you, let's talk about what this is. There's a difference between the movement and then the organization. And I've been saying this on the channel for a very long time. The movement are people who really care about the grassroots, doing things, activism, right? And they truly want to make some changes. They truly want criminal justice reform. The organization does not want criminal justice reform, you guys. That's not their purpose. But what has happened was, or what's happening, is the organization became one with the movement in order to disguise themselves. You guys, I call this the Trojan horse effect, right? What does that mean? The Trojan horse, you got this golden cow. You got this golden cow. Everybody sees that it's golden. But there's a few people who can look at it and say it's dangerous and say, hey, listen, something about the way this cow, this golden cow is moving? Nah, it's deadly, right? Did you ever look inside of it? Did you check inside? Nobody wants to check inside the cow. Nah, we don't need to. Why are you messing with the cow? The cow's gold. Let it be, right? Black Lives Matter is a golden cow. But on the inside, you guys, on the inside, it's destructive. It's chaotic. It's toxic. It's cancerous. It's malignant. It's all the above, right? It's nefarious, whatever you want to call it. Sinister. Sinister might be more appropriate. What did they do? What they did was they used the historical pain, they used systemic issues, they used racism, and they attached themselves to that. They attached themselves to policing. People ask me all the time on the channel, well, why do you always talk about Black Lives Matter? Like, are you serious? Black Lives Matter systematically attach themselves to law enforcement issues in this country. Basically, Black Lives Matter is only relevant, right? It's only relevant when a white police officer shoots and kills, or a Black person dies in the custody of a white officer. That's the only time Black Lives Matter activates. That's the only time. Their movements, their website that they changed, right? I remember the original website, you guys. Their entire organization, information they put on the web, all that changed when people started asking questions. Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter. And they were taking all this money, you guys, all this money. When I was working, I was policing and working when Black Lives Matter manifested, right? This is after the Trayvon Martin situation, you know, when George Zimmerman got that freedom verdict that he shouldn't have gotten, right? And then cities burned down, right? In Florida. Now, listen, I'm in Georgia. What happened? I'm watching and spectating just like everybody else. But that wave of information that mentality, the ideology of I hate the police are killing and lynching black people every day. You know what happened? That wave started to brush through the United States and it was hitting every single city. I'm all the way in Georgia and people are angry at the police here in Georgia. That had nothing to do with what was going on in Florida, had nothing to do with what was going on in Chicago, Texas, California. What ended up happening was, I'm gonna be completely honest, Black Lives Matter joined in with a lot of other liberal groups, just keeping it real. The NAACP got involved too. And they started preaching a message of the police are lynching and killing black people by the scores every single day. And what they started to do was conflate a lot of different things. They started exaggerating. They started taking things out of context. And I kid you not, that's when we start seeing all the chaos, more division. It got crazy. It got crazy. I would stop people, right? And they would say, unfortunately, let me say this. Black Lives Matter created a mentality shift within the people. And it created such a hatred, a greater hatred between the police and the community that they were serving. Overnight. Overnight. To the point to where in the George Floyd situation had the same effect, right? George Floyd situation happened. You have officers who are dealing with people who are now they're hating the police because of what happened to George Floyd, right? People were blaming me here in Georgia and my coworkers here in Georgia, officers in Georgia, to what happened with Trayvon Martin. Trayvon, the thing about that is George Zimmerman wasn't even a cop, right? But because of that one incident, every police officer was labeled as a racist, or you are a race soldier because you're black, or you're a sellout because you're a black officer. And you have people like Tamika Mallory, those who know who she is, and some other black activists. I call them Crayola justice warriors, those groups, right? They they start making a lot of these false and accurate statements to the public, galvanizing the citizens of the black community and feeding them inaccurate information, exaggerating, pushing a sense of fear mongering, and also teaching them how to hate, pushing hatred. You guys, I sit and watched it. I watched the whole thing unfold. Kids would say, we hate the police, right? Because of Black Lives Matter, the organization. You guys, it's bad. It was bad. It was bad. You know, you had this boldness from the criminal element, right? Because now they had just finished rioting and burning stuff down in Florida. So now you had this criminal element now that's like, hey, we could do what we want to do, right? Black Lives Matter became more of a label of anarchy than it was a symbol of trying to unite, bring about change. The problem is that you have legitimate people who are repping the name Black Lives Matter and they're actually doing real work in the community. Here's the golden horse, right? Here's the golden cow. Here's the problem with the golden cow, right? The Trojan horse. Here's the problem. The problem is you have real people using Black Lives Matter and they're doing real work and they're having a real impact. The grassroots, right? But then you have the organization, the sinister part that has blended and infiltrated in with the people who are doing the good work, right? Now you cannot distinguish between the two. That's the issue. So now when people start attacking the name Black Lives Matter, those who are doing good work feel attacked. And now they're like, oh, you're attacking us. We are doing the real work. But in reality, we're looking at those who are practicing what I call guerrilla warfare within these political groups. That's all it is. It's all it is guerrilla warfare tactics. What do? You hide amongst the citizens. You hide amongst the innocent people and then you create your damage while you are hidden in disguise. And that's all the organization did. That's why when people try to attack the Black Lives Matter, people who are actually doing real work are upset and they're getting attacked too. The problem is, and thanks to this documentary, as we already know, they raised over $90 million, but a lot of the grassroots organizations who claim to be Black Lives Matter never got any money. This documentary, Candace Owens traced the money. She tracked the money down. Follow the money. That's what they always say, you guys. That's how we do it. They should be prosecuted for organized crime, in my opinion. In my opinion. She tracked them down. She followed the money. Cuckoo cuckoo, you guys. Who would have knew? Who would have knew? Where'd a lot of the money go? Some transgender stuff. A whole lot of stuff. We're talking communities. We're talking stores. We're talking businesses. We're talking sex changes. We're talking counseling service. We're talking houses out in Canada. We're talking, man, she gave money to everybody. Let me be careful. I got in trouble in my last video because I said the N-word. So let me make sure I tighten this up. I respect everybody. I love everybody. I took an oath to serve everybody. I don't care what you got going on underneath your clothes. That's your personal business. I'm going to call it as I see it, or I'm going to call it how I hear it. If I look at you and you sound like somebody else, I'm just going to look at you and be like, right? I'll call it how I see it. You guys didn't catch that one video I did. I had a chick in the bathroom with me. I didn't, and she went straight to the stalls. I didn't know what to think, right? She stood up at the urinal next to me. And, I looked over at her, trying to make eye contact. So I'm like, neither here nor there, right? Welcome to America, right? Where you can walk in any bathroom you feel like. So I think Candace Owens does a great job. She did a phenomenal job, you guys. So good to the point to where I encourage everyone to please go and support. Why do I say that? It takes a lot of money, time, and resources to make a video like that. What's the other reason? When people come out here and they do this work, that's what we call investigative journalism, or they do activism or things of that nature, real activism. You guys, you're putting yourself out there. Even me on this YouTube channel doing this video, you guys, I'm putting myself out here, right? There's no fake name that I use or anything like that. People know me. I can't lie about nothing. I'm all in the news, right? This is a lot of work. And I'm telling you, when you're trying to be brave, when you're being courageous, when you're speaking out against things that are false, when you're going against the narrative, when you're pushing back on the wickedness of the things that are taking place, you guys, you become a target. You're fighting a battle that other people, they're not comfortable fighting. They don't want to fight. They don't want to inconvenience their life. They don't want to become a target. They don't want to be harassed. You guys, we got to respect, we got to uplift those who are taking those risks. Say what you want about Candace Owens. I get it here and there, but respect the work. You got to respect the work. Like her, hate her, love her. You got to respect the work. And I tell you right now, that documentary is phenomenal. And my views on the George Floyd. We know this is the greatest lie ever told, right? The George Floyd Black Lives Matter story. Now, here's the thing. My view on George Floyd has changed. Now, and here's Candace Owens' take on this, because she said it in the documentary, which I thought was very interesting that she made this point. She made the point to tell people that she agrees with Derek Chauvin, the officer, getting punished, being charged, being convicted. She's in agreement with that. I myself am also in agreement with that. What is my issue with Derek Chauvin, you guys? He was on his neck. He did this thing, right? He ultimately, or I would say, in my opinion, because based on the information in the toxicology report, he contributed to the death of George Floyd, in my personal opinion. I feel bad for Derek Chauvin, and then I do not. Derek Chauvin got he got convicted, and a lot of that was due to his arrogance as an officer. It's unfortunate. I also believe that he was also a patsy at the same time, right? Someone had to take the weight of what Black Lives Matter put together. He became public enemy number one. No one was going to allow him to walk out that courtroom with anything less than 20 years, I assure you, right? Very shy of the death penalty. They wanted him to get the death penalty. Derek Chauvin's arrogance is why he's behind bars. His arrogance, you guys, his ego. That's his fault. And I hope that officers around this country have learned their lesson, of course, right? From that. Now, I will say this, though. Were there other contributing factors that caused George Floyd's death? Absolutely. Absolutely there were. What's the other issue? Candace Owens, her position on the George Floyd situation that got a lot of heat, you guys, it was from her basically calling out his criminal history, his past, right? And bringing that up in the midst of them investigating and discussing how the officers did not do their job properly. Now, I agree, right? I agree with the frustration that people had in reference to her bringing up his past, his criminal history. Now, listen, I'm all for it. My thing is, when you are talking about certain things, we need to be mindful and we can't be insensitive in the moment, right? The man just lost his life. So I do understand when people make that comparison, they say, listen, there's a time and a place to talk about certain things. And I believe the citizens and those in the Black community who spoke out against that are absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Now, here's the caveat. We do need to talk about it, though, right? At some point, we got to talk about it. But what was Candace Owens' perspective? She said, in the Black community, it seems like we are always trying to make these people who commit crimes and offenses, as they get into encounters with the police, it's almost as if we ignore those things. We brush it under the rug. We don't examine the behavior that created the outcome that this person ultimately or tragically fell into. I agree 100% with that. And she's correct. She's correct. We always want to focus on the outcome and not the income. Right? Why? That's accountability. That's accountability. So the problem is, and my perspective on this is that we can't avoid that. At some point, we have to talk about it. Is there a time and a place? Yes. Does it need to be discussed? Yes. What is the most appropriate time? That's a good question, right? We have someone who lost their life from a police encounter. Okay. We don't like the way the police handled the situation. Okay. I get it. I agree with it. Now, what point and at what time do we talk about the behavior that led to this person having the negative outcome with law enforcement? It has to be talked about. The problem is, all too often within our community, we like to not have that conversation. And if you bring that conversation up, people get upset. People get upset. I remember when Candace Owens brought up the point and she said, hey, why are we glorifying this guy as if he's a saint? She's correct. He is a person still. He's a human. He's a person who had life. Should the officer have done something different? Absolutely should have done something completely different, the way they handled that case. I agree. Candace Owens is saying, why are we pedestalizing this person? He is not worthy of praise. Why? If you look at his lifestyle, you look at his criminal history, okay. Right? What do you think? Are we giving people within our community, within the Black community, are we giving them way too much love, and they don't deserve it, right? Now, we empathize with them. but we don't glorify them. They're not heroes of the Black community. I agree 100%. He's not, right? He's not. But we pretend like he is, or they pretended like he was. I think it's a very difficult line, but I think it has to be articulated properly because it's very, very easy for people to misconstrue your thoughts as it relates to how do you feel about the outcome of a situation. Case in point, someone brought up Breonna Taylor in here. People said, okay, well, if she wasn't with the drug dealer doing that, then she wouldn't have got killed. See, that's the wrong perspective to have because the police made a mistake, right? The police were wrong. She should have not died, right? She had no business being killed, period. The police were wrong. Because of the lifestyle she lived, that does not justify her death. The lifestyle George Floyd lived does not justify him dying, right? And I think what ends up happening is people confuse the two, they conflate the two. It becomes a very, very sensitive, very sensitive discussion. And I think when people say pedestalize, you know, they bought him a gold casket. They invested all this money. They raised over 90 something million dollars. You know, there was all this thing. They gave him a street. They gave him a road. They put up this big mural, right? That they have up to this day. And I don't know, to each his own. Everybody looks at it differently. I'm just saying that's what her position was, from my understanding. So my thing is, my only issue just in general with the situation with George Floyd is that people did not want to have the conversation about behaviors and outcomes and how we can prevent these things from happening moving forward. See, you can't change the behaviors of the police officers, unfortunately. You have no control over what someone else can do. You only have control over yourself. So why are we trying to fix everybody else when if we fix ourselves, if we focus on us, that is the best way we can have the outcomes that we're looking for. You can't control the actions of others. You can only control yourself. And I think the thing that we don't realize or recognize is that once you put yourself in a certain situation, you open Pandora's box. You open Pandora's box. And now you risk your freedom, your livelihood, your health, your wellness, your life on the hands of a stranger, which is a police officer. And you have to hope and pray that that officer does their job properly, or you can end up being killed. That's a fact. It's like Russian roulette. You don't know how well trained these officers are. Case in point, George Floyd. And you get the wrong officer, and guess what? Right? I want to show this tax return real quick before we dive into the video. Yep. And I want to show you something on here that it says about the organization's tax returns. Take a look at this right here. Black Lives Matter, right? I want you to know this is what really stood out to me when I watched the video. Briefly describe the organization's mission or mission activities. Can everybody see that clearly? Let me see if I can. Oops, let me not delete that. Let's do this. Okay. I don't know how to get rid of this little side panel. Briefly describe the organization's mission or mission significant activities. This is what the organization, you tell me if this is accurate. Heal the past, reimagine the present, and invest in the future of Black lives. That's what describes the organization. Anybody? Is this accurate? Heal the past, reimagine the present, and invest in the future of Black lives. Are they doing that? Are they doing that? Someone said, Philando Castile, Ivy the Great. He didn't do anything wrong. That's the whole point. He didn't do anything wrong. They got pulled over, and the officer didn't do his job properly. The officer got scared. He got shot. He got killed. Philando Castile is a complete tragedy. And the officer got away with it. Yep, he got away with it. Again, to my point, right? Philando Castile, that's a good example. To my point, he got pulled over by an officer who was scary, who was fearful, who had no business being a cop, who was afraid of black skin, and he got killed. Case in point, right? You don't know who you're getting pulled over by. So at the same time, this just lends to what I'm saying even more. When we're put in a situation we don't cooperate, we're not, we put ourselves in bad situations. He got pulled over. He just simply got pulled over. And that officer should have been prosecuted. He should have been prosecuted. And unfortunately, there are officers that don't get prosecuted, you guys. This is a fact. But what I'm saying is, please don't make it any easier for them. Why make it easier for them? Yep. Ivy the Great said, we at war. Yeah, but, and that lends me to this thing too, what we're talking about tonight, right? Are we at war? We're more at war with ourselves than we are with any other power structure. Daughter of Yah, thank you so much. A member of the channel. She says, are we so lost as a people that a hashtag robbed us blind? Yes, some jail time sounds good. You know what it is? And before we're going to get into the video, we're going to get into the first clip. And I think this is a very great statement that you're making. What did they do? They played. The thing is, if Black Lives Matter really was what we all imagined and wished it was to be, you guys, it would be a beautiful organization. They raised $90 million. They raised $90 million. If they were really doing what they claimed to do, or I won't say claim because they didn't claim to do anything, but if they were what we all imagined them to have been, you guys, it would have been a very great organization. But unfortunately, how did they do what they did? They played on our emotions. And when you are, it's the reason why I have trouble on my channel having these conversations. When people come up here and they fight back, they call me a race soldier, or they call me a white supremacy helper or something like that. That's where the problem is. That's where the problem is, you guys. And the issue is we're not willing to listen when someone is telling us something that we feel like we don't want to hear. The confirmation bias is strong within us. We only want to hear and accept the things that make us feel good. So if I'm telling you something that makes you uncomfortable, if I'm telling you something that it's your responsibility to fix and change, you don't want to hear it. We want to blame it on somebody else. All right? We want to blame it on somebody else. White supremacy. I can put a list of the top 10 issues in the Black community, and white supremacy is not on that list, you guys. It's not. Black Lives Matter, they took $90 million off of an emotional argument that was grossly inaccurate, and we fell for it. White supremacy, you guys. It's white dependency has become our problem. White dependency, not white supremacy. White people are not supreme over anything. They're not. And the data doesn't support that, right? The data absolutely does not support that. I want to show you this video, and I'm going to bring people up after we share some clips, right? But I think this is because someone mentioned that I absolutely have to share this. I think it's in here. Charleston White. If you guys don't know him, I was going to make a video about this, but since this came up about blaming white people for why things are not going well in the Black community, it has to be white people's fault. You guys, it's not their. White supremacy is the reason why we got here. It's not the reason why we are still here, if that makes sense. Does that make sense to anybody? White supremacy is how we got here. It is not the reason why we are still here. And I think the perfect person who's going to make this argument for me is this guy named Charleston White. I'm going to play this clip, you guys, before we get into this whole thing, because just to be clear, I'm not going to show a lot of clips, though. I have the whole video of the documentary out of respect for those who put the work in. But listen to this guy's argument about the music industry. He blames Black people killing other Black people on rap music. He says it's the white man's fault. Listen to this argument. You can't make this up.
You know, we obviously blame the rapper, but we ignore who's behind the rapper.
And nobody.
It's the white man.
No, you goddamn lie.
No, it's the white man.
No. Listen, when you show up to my record label with your killing nigga music, I ain't behind what you wrote.
The white man is for sure.
You wrote them before you got here.
And you just gave $1 million for it.
But you wrote it. But listen, listen, brother. I'm a businessman.
Right.
I ain't got nothing to do with what you wrote. You wrote the lyrics talking about killing your neighbor.
But you didn't tell me, no, this is what you're supposed to be writing. You said, I'm going to give you $1 million
brother, but listen.
So you encouraged it.
No, I didn't.
With the utmost dollar amount.
No, I didn't. I'm a businessman, and I'm about business. Because when you stop rapping this, and I get a Nas X, and he can rap gay, I'm going to sign him too. You showed up with these gay killer lyrics, brother. I ain't got nothing to do with what's in your mind and what you want to project. I just know your destruction.
Okay. What's the argument here, right? What's the argument? The argument is white people are responsible for Black people rappers making music about violence, drugs, and killing. This gentleman is saying it's the white man's fault, right? Because why? Because they own a record label. So they're the reason why. They're responsible. And what does Charleston White say? Charleston White says, hold on. He said, hold on. He said, you made that music. Them lyrics were in your head. All you did was put it through the microphone and I cut you a check. This brother said, nah, it's a white man. White people are responsible. You guys, this is the dysfunction that's destroying our community. The fear of accountability, you guys, I say accountophobic. That's what we're suffering from. We don't want to take ownership for our own mistakes. We don't want to take ownership for our failures. We want to blame it on somebody else, you guys. Listen, cuckoo, right? It's on us. It's always been on us. It's so easy to blame somebody else. You want to blame the white man for it. I hear people all the time, my whole career, talk about how white people are the reason for why they do the things they do. The crime, the violence, the drug selling. Now listen, I know it gets deep. But let's look at it. At the end of the day, you control your choices. He is saying, again, what did he say? He said, the white man's paying me for the music that I'm making, so it's his fault. It's his fault. This is the problem, you guys. This is where we are having the issue. See, listen to what he's saying.
You know, we obviously blame the rapper, but we ignore who's behind the rapper. And
Who's behind the rapper? Who's behind the rapper? You know, our most powerful weapon, you guys, we carry it around with us every single day, every day. The most powerful weapon, this right here, the most powerful weapon, the biggest weapon we have. The sad thing is, though it's a powerful weapon, the majority of us use that weapon against ourselves. He said, who's behind the music? The record label.
Nobody.
it's the white man.
No, you goddamn lie.
No, it's the white man.
No,
for
no,
sure.
no, 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 no. Listen, when you show up to my record label with your killing nigga music, I ain't behind what you wrote.
When you show up at the record label with your killing music, how is it the white man responsible for the music you're writing? The lyrics that you're putting out, the things that you want to do, right? To other men, to other women, to communities. The white man's responsible for that? No. They paid you to work. You produced the work. They just paid you for it. One could argue that if the music wasn't valuable to the people who were listening, they wouldn't pay you for it. We make that music popular. Other people make that music popular. We simply are supplying what people are demanding. You guys, if you change the demand, then no one's going to pay for that music. It's just that simple, you guys. It's simple business. It's simple business. This brother right here, he can't shake it, you guys. Why? It's the white man's fault. It's the white man's fault. This is the ideology that's destroying the black community. It's the same mindset that creates so much division amongst black people. If I say, hold yourself accountable, I'm a sellout. You want to call me a coon? Because I don't agree with your perspective on the issues of oppression. He's shocked. Look at his face. He's like, huh, what? The white man's not responsible.
White man is for sure.
You wrote them before you got here.
And you just gave $1 million for it.
But
He gave me $1 million for it. He still doesn't want to accept the fact that it's on you. Not only is it on you, it's on everybody who listens to the music. Right. You guys, it's supply on demand. The demand is there. If the culture itself is demanding this type of music, these type of lyrics, they have a woman rapping about giving abortions. A black girl. I didn't even want to talk about it. She's twerking in front of an abortion clinic, talking about killing her baby. She says she's baby daddy free, you guys. This is all. Then you have a video, people rapping about no voting, no fucking. You guys, the demand is there. The demand comes from the culture. Fix the culture, you fix the problem. It's just that simple. It's just that simple. There is a desire for this music. Therefore, people are willing to pay for it. Then people are willing to work for it. And this is what happens. The moment the community decides that this is no longer what we're going to rap about, you guys, if it was profitable to rap about saving children, right? Supplying the world with food and water, guess what? These record labels are going to do. They're going to give you money to rap about that. It's just that simple. It's just that simple.
you wrote it. But listen, listen, brother. I'm a businessman.
Right.
I ain't got nothing to do with what you wrote. You wrote the lyrics talking about killing your neighbor.
But you didn't tell me, no, this is what
Listen,
you
bro.
Listen to that. Accountophobia. He said, okay, yeah, I wrote it, but you didn't tell me not to write it. What? Are you serious? Are you serious? I wrote it. See, what he's trying to say is the business knows that it's evil music. They don't care. They care about what, you guys? Money. He's saying, well, if you're a good business, you shouldn't let me or you shouldn't pay me to do something that's bad. It's not their responsibility. They don't care. He wants someone else to be responsible for him and his decisions. He doesn't want to take ownership. Shout out to Brubman from the 5th floor. What do you say? Cardi B makes the music, but she's careful not to let. Cardi B stated she don't let her children listen to her music. But see, everybody else can listen to it, but her kids. You guys, audible learning is a thing. Repetition learning is a thing. Repetitive, speaking it repetitively. That's a thing, you guys. You say it enough, you become it, you guys. You speak words, your words have power. You put it out there in the universe, you guys, you will create an environment of the things that you speak of, you guys. That's why they say the tongue is a sword, right? Listen to this guy. He's not alone. There's so many people who think like him within our community, guys. It's a problem. It's a problem. It is a problem. And you want to know how Black Lives Matter did it? Right here. Tell this man that the white man did it. That is the police's fault. Why? He's going to jail, even though he committed the crime, you guys. This is how they did it. It's because too many of us think like him, you guys. This is the problem. Someone asked me earlier, how did Black Lives Matter get $90 million up out of people? Because of people like this. He's not the only one. You have white people who think just like this too. Oh, black people are struck. They're getting killed out here. It's not true. It's not true, you guys. Are there systemic problems? Yes. Are there racist people in this country? Yes. Are there racist people in jobs of power? Yes. It's a fact. What are you going to do about it? Complain? You're either competing or you're going to complain, you guys. You can't do both. You got to pick a struggle. This is what he said. This is what he said. Are you complaining or are you competing, you guys? Candace Owens is competing. You see this documentary she dropped. This is competition. She's out here keeping it real. She's out here exposing. Where'd the money go, Black Lives Matter? A lot of it went to some transgender stuff. You guys, the documentary will blow you out the water. I already knew they were tricking off the money. All right, let's just be real. I know where they were tricking the money on. That right there, we saw the mansion. 10 million. Okay, cool. 10 million. Okay, where the rest of the 80 million at though? Right? They raised $90 million. I knew they was tricking the money off, but God, dog, you guys. Oh my God. They're tricking the money off. Where'd the money go? Listen to this, brother.
I'm right. You said I'm going to give you $1 million. Brother, but listen. So you encouraged it.
No, I.
He said they encouraged it. They encouraged it. That's what he said. Go and Google Bobby Shmurda when he was presenting for his record deal. He jumped on a table. He's performing songs about killing and shooting people in front of a table of white people at a record label. Guess what, you guys? They gave him the job. Why? Because people want to buy that music. Black people want to listen to the music. White people want to listen to the music. People overseas want to listen to the music. It's popular. But the problem is, shout out to 21 Savage. He said, listen, y'all rap about this stuff, but it's not my fault people are killing each other. I just make the music. I didn't tell them to go do that. That's what he said. 21 Savage. He talks about killing people all the time in his music. Then had the nerve to go on the news in Atlanta and say, hey, kids, put the guns down. Because some kids got shot and killed at a park. He said, hey, y'all, there's too much killing. And they're like, hypocrite. Make it make sense. If we don't course correct, our behaviors are self-destructive. Absolutely. We die more by the things we put in our mouths, and in this finger right here. This is what's killing black people, and abortions. And abortions. Our leading cause, one of our top leading cause of death, I think it's number 4, according to the CDC, is homicide. Something that's preventable. Black people are dying from great numbers based on things that are preventable. Diet, homicide, abortions. Those are all preventable, you guys. And we lead the charts disproportionately. Disproportionately. The police don't even kill black people as much as we kill ourselves. If you're going to hate the police, hate them for the right reasons. Right? Any thoughts? Let's dive into this. Let's dive into some of these clips. You guys. One of the clips I want to look at quickly. Let me see. She starts off the documentary about George Floyd. She gets right into George Floyd. She wants to know who he is, you guys. One thing I'll say about this, she was very, very compassionate. She was very genuine, and her approach was very sincere. She starts interviewing George Floyd's roommates. She interviews his roommates, and they reveal a lot of interesting things, not just about George Floyd. Said, who was this guy? Who was he? I like that she did that because it humanized the entire documentary. This was not a witch hunt. This was not a I want to be right type of documentary. This was, I just want to know the truth, as much accurate truth as I can get. That's what it was about. It was genuine. It was sincere. And there was a desire to want to know what really went on so we can paint a more accurate picture outside of what was told to us by the media. She did a phenomenal job capturing that essence, right? And so the roommates, one of the things that really threw me was that none of the money raised by Black Lives Matter, according to the roommates, went towards anything. Let me say this. It didn't go towards anything that, apparently he still had bills that were never paid. He all kind of stuff that was still going on. They never took care of where he lived at. One thing that really shocked me about this interview, roommates said they have never seen, didn't even know George Floyd had siblings. Didn't know he had siblings. And what's interesting is all throughout the protests for George Floyd, you started seeing all his family members, right? Roommates said, we've never seen any of these people before. We didn't even know he had siblings. You guys, money is a powerful thing. Yeah, shout out to Dre. Dre said she was very fair. Yeah, she was very fair. Very, very fair in this documentary. And I'll say, you guys, it was so authentic, extremely authentic, very passionate. I've never had any issues with Candace Owens. I've always, sometimes certain things she would say, I'd be like, I wouldn't word it that way. Why? Because at the end of the day, the interesting thing about this is, especially when it comes to the Black community, is that we're very emotionally based. So people want to see some empathy from you when you're talking about Black issues. People don't care about how much you know until they know how much you care. Candace Owens knows a lot. They feel like she doesn't care. That's what it is. Every time I talk to someone, if something comes up, a conversation, and Candace Owens' name's come, I can't stand her because look how she talks about Black people. She hates Black people, right? That type of thing. I'm like, where'd you get that from? So how do we get here? Let me play this clip. How we get fooled by Black Lives Matter? Easy. They cared about the feelings. They focus on the feelings, and people care about their feelings. And Black people, we have a trend of, if you act like you care about our issues, we'll open our wallets up to you, right? We'll open them up. And that's just not Black, that's anybody, right? That's groups. And you focus on these things that people are passionate about or they feel very strongly connected to, you can manipulate them out of their wallets. And with the Black culture right now in the Black community, a lot of it has to do with race, racism, policing, police brutality. And these are all real issues with the wrong leadership representing them. You need people who are not in it for the money. You need people who are genuine. You need people who will tell you the truth, the raw truth, and nothing but the truth. So help your feelings. That's what you need. That's what's missing. How we get fooled, you guys. I'll tell you how we got fooled. Because it's so easy to fool a person than to tell a person they've been fooled. And that's the reason, and that is the real challenge of my channel as well. It's hard to tell a person who's been fooled. It's easier to fool a person than to tell them they were fooled. That's the issue. Let's dive into this documentary. Oh, that's me. Let me move this. Let me pull this up. 1 second, you guys.
Okay, but what about
when you sentenced my son?
it has become fashionable over the last
Fair use. Fair use. Fair use.
Nothing.
That was my.
if
They
my
didn't
son,
even come and look and see
daughter,
where the man lived at. They never came to see where Floyd lived. They never came and get none of his stuff. Nothing.
That was my oldest brother. I love him. I'm never gonna get my brother back.
I would like to just, like, say one day, this meet his daughter, because it's like,
Yes.
that's an extension of him.
Right.
That I just to be proud to just see one
Well,
time.
not his daughter. Now we found out he got more.
Well, they found out that that wasn't true.
So you mean 3 kids came that ain't his?
Just one. I think they did a DNA check, and the boy's not his, and the other girl.
Are you serious?
It's rumors, I don't know.
I thought this was interesting, right? Where they're saying all these kids came out of nowhere. We're like, hey, that's my daddy. Anyways, let me find the clip. I really want to this piece right here. There was a thing going on about George Floyd called out for his mom. I thought this was very important for us to cover. Apparently, that was a big thing about this whole case, right? Is that when he was blacking out, he was going in and out of consciousness, he said, "Mama, mama," right? Apparently, right? And not to take away from that idea that a person is losing their life, or they're in fear for their fear of losing their life, and then they decide to, call out for someone that they care. Well, apparently, his girlfriend, he actually called his girlfriend mama, right? I thought that was so interesting. And why am I bringing up this clip? Because this is the part that the media put so much emphasis on. Why? Because it was the emotional piece that tied this whole thing together. What was the whole conversation? The whole conversation was George Floyd, as he took his last breath, was calling out for his mother. You guys, that was it, right? That was it. And I want to play this little clip. Fair use. Where's my little fair use button? Hold on, yeah. I got like a little fair use, because I don't want them coming for me. Let me put a little fair use up. All right, here we go. We official. Fair use, right? This is for educational purposes. And the purpose I'm talking about this is to explain how dangerous the media is and how easily we're distracted by emotional arguments, right? Emotional arguments. We fall for it every time. And it prevents us from thinking things through, critically thinking, and looking at things from a logical perspective. and really decipher whether or not this is even relevant to the case at all, right? They were able to bully the jury based on these type of things. And so let's hear what Candace has to say.
Crying out for his mother, which was a nice. Okay, so my producer just sent me a link and a minute mark for George Floyd's 2019 arrest, which I haven't seen, so I'm about to watch it for the first time.
Okay, now slowly come on out. Come on, Lee.
Okay, this is super interesting because he's saying mama again, and obviously I know that throughout the trial his girlfriend testified that he calls her mama, and the media made such a big deal saying that when he died he cried out for his mama, and they clearly misinterpreted that because this is a 2019 arrest. He's once again saying I want mama, so that seems pretty clear that he's talking about his girlfriend, and he's not crying out for his mother, which was a nice victim narrative.
You and Floyd, Mr. Floyd, excuse me, I'm assuming like most couples had pet names for each other?
Yeah.
And what were you saved in his phone as?
Mama.
What's crazy in the retrospect is to...
Interesting. Fair use. Again, shout out to Daily Wire. Shout out to Candace Owens for doing the work. Obviously, we're definitely not trying to take away from that, but I wanted to cover just a couple key things and really just talk about Ivy the Great. You missed the point. You're missing the point. Don't worry. I'm gonna let you guys come up and speak your piece. Right? It's about the narrative. And it's about the narrative. And the thing is, when the truth starts to come out and people start having a conversation about it, the problem is it's never corrected. The media doesn't come and correct itself, right? They stay on the lie and they perpetuate the lie until they get what they want. People say it's irrelevant. It's not irrelevant, you guys. It's not irrelevant. I think the thing is, I like to talk about the accuracy. And no one's talking about this being an excusable thing. I'm talking about how powerful the media is. And when the information and correct information comes up, no one discusses it, right? No one ever discusses it. Let me see. Move to 48. I'll talk about this autonomous zone. I want to talk about the fentanyl poisoning.
Did it appear that Mr. Floyd said, I ate too many drugs?
Yes, it did.
Let's put it in perspective. 3 grains of fentanyl on the head of a lead pencil, enough to kill you, enough to kill me. And so they had to continuously inculcate the public to believe that Derek Chauvin intentionally, premeditatedly murdered George Floyd, and drugs had absolutely nothing to do with it, as Lindsay and the toxicologist presented that.
All right, fair use. What is he saying? I think is very interesting. Is that and I remember this from watching everything. They wanted to omit that there were drugs involved. Again, my issue with this case or the trial within itself is that I personally believe, and I think a lot of people understand this to be true, is that one, the officer was wrong, right? There's no one here making excuses. I don't make excuses for cops, right? Let's just be clear. But we need the accuracy. What's the accuracy? That the altercation, the interaction with the officer played a role in it. The officers were justified in stopping, detaining, and investigating George Floyd. This is a fact. The drugs in George Floyd's system had a direct impact to his respiratory, his heart, and his respiratory system. That's a fact. These things are all working in combination. George Floyd asked to be taken out of the patrol car because he stated he was claustrophobic, you guys. That's a fact. It's on the body camera. He's out of the car. He's having difficulty breathing. You can hear him. He's asked to be put on the ground. The officers put him on the ground. This is a fact. This is all what we can see. The problem is the officer's positioning of his knee on his neck. You guys, that's the problem. All of this, coupled with all the issues going on internally in his body, is what contributed to his death, not the officer alone. And if people are not acknowledging that, that's a problem. That's absolutely a problem. So I think that's where they made the argument during trial. So when people are watching what was going on, folks are like, hold on. We know he swallowed and ingested some unknown substance. We have the substance of the pills on the floor inside the police car. You can see it. You see the substance in his body. George Floyd talks about these things, right? On camera, so no one's making this up. When they do the toxicology report, the evidence suggests, which shows, that he digested or ingested fentanyl, you guys. Fentanyl. So I think this is where people are saying, yes, the officer's wrong, you guys. Two things can be true at the same time. We're talking about George Floyd because he was used as a catalyst to support the complete fraud of Black Lives Matter, right? To where they used his death to garner this fraud scheme. That's why George Floyd is such he's the catalyst of this situation right now that we're talking about. They used his death and they used the emotions and anger and frustration of the people in this country, mainly Black people and others. And that's what they did, right? That's what they did, you guys. And I think, to me, that's a problem. That's a problem. They said he ingested enough fentanyl to kill a horse.
That awful testimony.
Do you recall describing the level of fentanyl as a fatal level of fentanyl?
I recall describing it in other circumstances. It would be a fatal level, yes, in other circumstances. Had Mr. Floyd been home alone in his locked residence with no evidence of trauma, and the only autopsy finding was that fentanyl level, then yes, I would certify his death as due to fentanyl toxicity. Was that fentanyl level, then yes, I would certify.
All right, I just want to show this. Fair use, right? 3 grams will kill you. He had 11 grams in his system. All right. 3 grams of fentanyl is fatal, you guys. I know people who have died from fentanyl from touching it on their hand, it coming in contact with their fingertips, you guys. Fentanyl is not a joke. It's not a joke. It's extremely, extremely dangerous, you guys. He ingested 11 grams. 3 grams will kill you. If you touch it and hold it long enough, your skin will absorb it. It'll kill you too. You guys, this drug is extremely nasty. It'll take you up out of here. It's the fastest way to catch a soul bond. Fentanyl is nothing to play with. He had 11 grams in his system. What is the doctor saying? The doctor's saying that if he wasn't under this excitement at the time as it relates to the police encounter, he would have been alive under those circumstances. That's disingenuous. Basically saying if he would have took 3 grams of fentanyl and stood still, he'd be alive today. That's disingenuous. Again, I know people who have touched it and have got up out of here. Got up out of here. What they did, how they used George Floyd's death to garner these financial gains of $90 million is disgusting. People say, well, why didn't the family say nothing? Because they got paid too. Money talks, you guys. Money talks. And again, the officer's not innocent. His arrogance is why he's in trouble. His arrogance is why he's in this situation. I don't feel bad for him. Right? I don't feel bad for him. Let me see. I'm trying to see what other clip I want to jump to. And I don't want to. Let me clarify with this too, you guys, because I actually someone said, no, man, I don't know. He shouldn't have died. I think people misunderstand me. And this not you. I connect culture. This isn't you. I think people, unfortunately, what happens is there's some people who watch my channel and they're waiting for the confirmation bias. They want to hear that one thing. And then once they hear it, they stop listening. And then they stop listening and they run off and they say, well, Nathan said this, Nathan said that. And I'm like, you took what I said out of context. No, there's no justification at all. What I'm saying is the truth also was not told. There was a lot of information that was not told in reference to the George Floyd trial, or the trial involving Derek Chauvin about George Floyd. A lot of things were missing. A lot of evidence was suppressed. A lot of evidence was ignored. And that evidence would have ultimately gravely reduced the sentencing of Derek Chauvin. Because if you can prove that his death was not contributed to the knee on the neck, you guys, that was their strongest argument. You just simply ignored the fact he was pumped up with fentanyl in his system. And he admitted to ingesting something, right? He admitted to it. You know, people said, oh, he shouldn't have put him on the ground. George Floyd asked to be put on the ground. So again, my thing is, the media warped a lot of things, and Candace Owens does a phenomenal job of really, really, really calling it, really bringing it out, bringing the receipts, you guys. And I just, trying to think. Thank you so much, Michelle, for the super chat. She said, this is an important expose. I do believe Candace Owens has a serious voice. Yes, she does. I just think people get turned off by political talking points on both sides. I agree 100% with that. I think at the end of the day, people are tired of politicians. People are tired of people who aren't showing enough empathy, you know. And, you know, Candace Owens does come with that pull yourself up by the bootstrap. A lot of people within the Black community don't like that talk because they feel like those are political talking points. My thing is, when you know your audience, you have to tailor your message for your audience. I'm big on that. You absolutely have to do it. Because if not, you turn people away. You know, so you're completely correct. People get turned off by the way she says things. But then I think the problem is sometimes the situation is so severe you absolutely can't afford to take it lightly on people. And I think that is Candace Owens' position. That is my position sometimes on certain issues. That the problem with these issues is so severe that it's hard to just take it lightly. I don't want to steal too much of Candace Owens' thunder, right? But I'm just going to give you a little lightning, right? I'm going to give you a little lightning, but I'm not going to take her thunder because she did a phenomenal job. She brought light to this. I would have, I'm sure none of us would have ever looked this deeply into it. But of course, I want to show some things that she already discussed on her trailer out of respect for the work that they put in. I don't want to overshadow any of that. I definitely want to encourage everybody to watch the complete documentary. It's an hour and 30 minutes. As they release more clips, free for us to watch, you guys, I'll show the rest and things like that. But out of respect for their hard work, I appreciate the work that they put in, and so I want to respect that as well. So please go, and it's only I think it's like $12, $13 to subscribe there to watch. You can watch the video. It's definitely worth every penny. Right here it talks about how much they earn in revenue, 79,000. We're gonna go to the itemized list. She started breaking down the prices. I don't even want to play that because that is like one of the best parts of the video. But I want to go to the itemized list. So Candace Owens goes through and she starts breaking down all these different companies, where this money is going. This is one of these trap heels right here. Trap heels. I think this belongs to her baby daddy or her brother. This company, she gave this company almost $1 million, you guys, right? This is the money that's been given out. Consulting firm, $2 million. She gave $2 million. All these are people that she knows. Like one of these is her baby dad, her child's father. Another one of these is her brother. I think this is her brother. She gave $1 million to her child's father. Somebody else, I can't remember which one was who, just off the top of my head. I think I took notes, but I was just so blown away from all the foolishness. Okay. Yeah. Baby dad was 960. So this is the baby daddy right here, right? Baby daddy, this is. So she gave out almost $1 million to him. Boy, that brother there. What else? Tech support, $500,000 on tech support, media planning. Listen, this is 2 million. 2 million. This is 3 million, damn near 4, 5.5, right? So right here, you got 5 million right here. You got add up her $10 million home that she bought and some other things. What else did Candace Owens talk about? She talked about some other itemized list on here as well when she broke down the plan. Let me see. Whew. God, this is. Let me tell you guys something. This was such a great documentary. This is such a great documentary. Then she talks about how much money is given to. Then she talks about, and I'm gonna bring you guys up. Anybody who wants to make a couple statements, I'm really curious. I haven't brought people up in a while. Anybody who has any disagreements, have any issues, want to speak about anything, please. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go ahead and start dropping the link. If the moderators, if you could please just spin this throughout. If anybody's interested and want to come up, definitely, please. We'd love to hear what you have to say. Man. Then she put $32 million in the stock market, right? So 80 million, 32 million in the stock market, you guys. Another like almost 10 million went to baby daddy and friends, baby daddies and them, right? Then you got, what else? Almost 3 million went to another organization and the person who owned it's not black. And then the rest of the money went to transgender stuff, which I don't care. But this isn't TLM, right? Now, if it's called TLM, you guys, by all means, right? Cool. I'm cool with that. But you said that this was Black Lives Matter. Now there's black trans too. Now I get that. I'm fine with that. And throw some money in the trans direction. I'm all for that, right? I'm all for that. But all damn near 50 to 60% of the money is going only towards trans issues, right? These aren't black issues. These are trans issues. So then call yourself TLM, right? Trans lives matter. That's fine. But get your money from trans lives that died by the hands of police officers or anybody else for that matter. Raise your money with that slogan. Don't raise your money based off the lives of black people who've died by the hands of a police encounter, because that's Black Lives Matter. Or maybe we should say Black Lives Matter via police deaths. Put that caveat in there so people know where the money's coming from and why or how you are getting your funds via what form of representation. This is not TLM. If they just simply said it was TLM, then I don't think anybody would have a problem. Trans lives matter. Yes, they do matter. So then go raise your money through the lives of dead trans people. Then no one's going to have a problem. Again, you guys, don't get it confused. I love everybody. I love everybody. But let the name match the organization. Let the funding match the agenda. What they did was, based on what I see in the documentary and according to the tax returns, is that it's a lie. It's all a lie. They used the deaths of a group of people to make money. Then they took that money and said that the money's supposed to be used for the betterment of Black lives. But then they took that money and they started investing in the betterment of trans lives. Make it make sense. Give the trans people money. I'm all for it. But they better be Black. They better be Black. Why? Because you said Black Lives Matter. My thing is, it would be different if they did 10% to Trans Lives Matter. How many Black men who died by the hands of the police in the last 2 years were trans or transgender? So should they be given money even though they weren't a part of any of the deaths? I'm just asking. I don't know. I'm just asking out of curiosity. But because they're Black, give them some money and help towards the betterment of trans lives. I'm all for it. I think that's a great idea. But what's the percentage they should get? Let's be respectful. Let's be respectful. How much money? Give them a percentage. Why? But they better be Black. Why? Because your slogan said the betterment of Black lives. I don't see it though. I don't see it. I see your mansion here in the US, and then I see your girlfriend's mansion up in Canada. I don't see the betterment of any Black lives, nor any Black grassroots organizations. They're complaining too. Shout out to Tamika Mallory. Such a firecracker of misinformation. She's very gifted at selling everybody a lie. She's a Crayola justice warrior. You give her a mic, she's going to steal the show. Why? Because she's going to penetrate people's heart. She's going to manipulate your feelings to get you to think that there's a bigger problem than what it is. You guys, they're so gifted at this. They're word wizards. They're word wizards, you guys. And they're casting spells of ignorance over the entire country. TLM. Change the name. Change the name, refund the money back to the people. Change your name and refund the money back to the people. TLM. It still sounds good, but be accurate. Be accurate. They need to be investigated properly. But we know how that goes. Anybody want to come up? Any thoughts? Any thoughts? Anybody want to come up? You are more than welcome. If you disagree with me, by all means, come up here if you want to. If you disagree, you don't agree with what I said, that's completely fine. If you want to have the conversation, please come up. You know, when I heard where a lot of this money was going to, you guys, and you listen to the documentary, Candace Owens is she's naming like, hey, 200,000 towards this trans community, another 200,000 towards this trans clinic, another 200,000 towards what is it called? BDSM or that thing where people put the whips and chains on, and they tie each other up. You know, some of that stuff. BDSM. Who's into that kinky stuff? You know what I'm talking about. She said money went to that. Money went to sex workers, webcam models. You guys, you can't make this up, right? So what? So you're investing into all these things. You know what it sounded like to me? You know what it sounded like to me? It sounded like, absolutely sounded like, they are building a whole Sodom and Gomorrah. I don't know. That was wild. Michelle, I see you. We got us one.
Can you hear me?
Michelle, welcome back. I haven't seen you in forever.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear, my dear.
Okay, so I had a lot to really kind of say about this. You know, it's interesting because I think that, and I'm sorry, I'm at work, so I have to.
No, you fine. You fine.
So, you know, I think it's interesting. You know, we have this documentary, and I wanted to ask you because, you know, I haven't seen it yet, but did she talk to any of the families, like Breonna Taylor's mom, the I think there was Michael Brown's parents?
No.
Were any of them featured in this documentary at all?
No, and you know what? She should have. That actually would have been perfect because they have been complaining about. They've been speaking out.
Yeah, I think the Browns actually tried to sue, and I think you know, if this is important, I guess from my point of view, I'm always kind of thinking about how we solve problems when these things occur.
Right.
What is the actionable thing that can be done to protect our community from being, you know, treated like this over and over, to kind of break the mind meld, you know, that tends to happen in our community so much more.
Let me answer that, and then I'm gonna drop you down for a second because I want to get the next guest too. He looked like he might be at work too. I see you, Gizuri. I see you. Give me 1 second, brother. 1 second. I see you. Let me answer that. I think the way you fight it is with truth and patience, and we have to be willing to sit down and have an honest conversation. And I think what's happened is we're too quick to try and dismiss each other instead of trying to find common ground. And the moment you try to bring a different perspective of a situation, we attack one another. And then, or we call each other names. You know, Kevin Samuels had this thing called sign language. I think it was genius. He said shame, insults, guilt, and the need to be right. He said people use that as a way to counter logic. They use that to make nonsensical arguments, right? You want to shame me, you want to call me names, and this is what people do. They attack one another instead of actually attacking what's being said, instead of addressing the facts. And because we do that so much, it's hard for us to grow and it's hard for us to make improvements.
Yeah, I agree. I guess from, you know, we have the information. Now, what are we going to do? Because these families have been speaking out about how Black Lives Matter basically, you know, use the death of their loved ones, irrespective of how it occurred.
Right.
You agree. They took this and they built an empire. They did nothing. They will never have any intention on serving the community. This was all a political arm that was leashed once again in the Black community to manipulate it, to bring about that anxiety power, you know.
Yes.
And there's not a thing. I don't see anybody talking about, okay, what is anybody going to do about this now?
That's what I want to know. I hope that she releases this documentary on Netflix. I think it definitely deserves. Shout out to Daily Wire for people. More of us need to speak out, right? We need to speak out. We need to start pushing back on a lot of these nonsensical arguments. You saw the clip I showed about the guy saying, hey, it's the white person's fault for, you know, allowing Black people to make music about killing each other. So it's like, this is what we got to fix our families, our homes, our communities. Like, these things all come from upbringing and teaching, and we're continuing to teach the same thing. We're going to continue to get the same results, unfortunately. but it's not white people or anybody else's responsibility to fix our issues. And though, regardless of how we got here, we are here, still here for a reason. And the only way it's going to be fixed is if we all do something about it, and we make the sacrifices needed to do it. It's just unfortunate, but it's the facts, you know?
Yeah, I agree. All
Mm-hmm.
right, well, good show as usual.
Thank you.
And yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing some more feedback about this and, interesting ideas about how we're going to push back on this one.
Yes.
And change some things. I do want to leave you at this last point just because of this. I guess this can counter also a free speech argument, I guess. Of course, our brother Kanye,
Right.
lost his banking, right? And not only that, but we've had this whole, whether you agree with them or not, he was a standard in this free speech movement. Alex Jones being drug under the bus and run over time and time again. And, those are just microscopic issues that are going to come down on all of us eventually.
Yes.
We're all going to see this. We're all going to feel that same oppression. So I think we need to pay attention to this entire sort of episode that we've experienced this last week. I hope you have a good night. I'll keep watching.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. Bye.
Bye. Well said. Well said. I see you, Dustronomus. Give me 1 second, brother. Gizuri. Sounds
Hello,
Japanese.
how are you doing, sir?
I'm good, brother. How you doing?
I'm pretty good, man. I watch you a lot, and I do agree with your points.
All right.
I do. However, to me, hold on. I'm having a call that's coming through. Let me block this call. Let me put do not disturb on there.
All right.
However, to me,
okay.
Sometimes, you take the onus away from the Caucasian entity.
Okay.
I'm gonna be fair.
Okay.
I want to go back to the music industry thing.
All right.
If I know, as a moral human, if I know that my house has mold in it, and it could potentially cause spores to build up in your lungs, that can cause respiratory issues, why would I sell my house to you just to make a profit morally? In other words, why do the Caucasian industry only promote or back music that is talking about killing, pillaging, robbing, and taking away from our own kind? But if you speak out against it like Nick Cannon did, then you get what? Censored or shadow banned. I don't understand that part right there. Explain that to me.
So,
because I'm all about putting the blame where it goes, because a lot of it is our fault now.
Okay, so let's talk about it. I think you bring up a good point, brother. You bring up a good point. And I don't think you're wrong in your assessment. I think what happens is a lot of us don't realize what type of world we live in. I think, to your point, you sound like a very moral, upstanding guy. You live by morals and principles, and you do your best to follow them.
I try.
All right, me too. The reality, though, is the world isn't set up that way, right?
It's not.
You could be a good-hearted person, but there are wicked people as well. And so, to your point, in a perfect society where people live by their morals and they have integrity, what you are saying is absolutely correct. What we fail to acknowledge is that we live amongst immoral people who don't have integrity. So your argument is based on people who have integrity. Big time business people who make real money, a lot of them don't have integrity, sir. You can't make a certain amount of money doing good and doing right by others. You have to have a certain level of sinister in your heart, a little bit of wickedness in your heart, because you have to do things that compromise. Some of these people making money and they're compromising themselves to make it, right? A lot
more
of
turpitude.
There you go. So what you're saying is some of these people have money that's been passed down from companies that they benefited off of slavery, right? They benefited off of gangs. I was doing research a long time ago in reference to the alcohol industry. Some of the top companies that own these alcohol brands are still mafia owned, right?
They are.
And they got their ownership from doing mafia stuff. So they look legit now, but when they pass that money down from generation to generation, do you think they have a moral obligation to say, well, my family stole this from the original family? No, they don't care. And I think the problem is, I did a clip. Shout out to my boy, We Need to Talk, right, Alan. If you're not familiar with his channel, I did a video over there, and we were talking about the idea that the world as itself does not care about 400 years ago.
They don't.
Correct. So now, and it's not that they should not care, but they don't. You have some white people who are from a family that has money that's been passed on from generation to generation to generation. Blood money, and they'll tell you, hey, our original money came from, slavery or this or that or this type of crime. Guess what? They're 5 generations later. They don't care. And you can't talk them into giving up ownership simply because of what happened or what their great ancestor did. We care about it because we're making a moral argument. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I just think that we live in an immoral society, and we can't expect people to live by our morals and our views.
Right. So to the Black community, I will say this right here, and I understand what you're saying, because that's a thing that's called gestational trauma, which because of what your ancestors have experienced, you typically that trauma can be innately tapestried on your brain, so your body may react to that trauma. You can research that. This is my thing right here that I do not like about us. I have to say this because I add balance to everything. Where we are now, to me, is 80% of our problem. Let me explain you. We lack unity. So when you lack collectivism, when you lack unity, when you lack moral turpitude and self-worth as a group of people, you typically generally don't care about the outside extremities unless it's just people in your household, right? There was a time when I was younger that they typically cared about their neighbors. They cared about the woman down the street. We have moved into this social norm where violence is okay. And I will say, once again, it goes back to this, like you said earlier, at about an hour into your speech, you said that audio learning is what? A tool of learning, because it goes into your psyche. Whatever goes into your psyche, it plays out through your physical actions. Because if I be honest with you, we're kind of like electronic robots. We have electricity that goes through our body. When we hear these currents in music, it goes into our ears through different megahertz, and that programs our subconscious. So therefore, if you hear shoot a nigga this, shoot a nigga that, and you have the Caucasian Jew industry that are promoting these type of things because they control the airwaves, I'm telling you, a lot of that is in predictive programming. I am a firm believer in predictive programming and cognitive dissonance. You have been told something so long that you completely believe that it is right. In my heart, as you say, I think that my mother did pretty well in raising me as a moral person. But however, I had to choose to be a moral person. Because guess what? There is evil that works in all of us. The id works against the ego all the time, because you are 3 parts: super ego, id, and ego. Those things work against each other. They never really work in tandem with one another. And that's to us. We, as a people, have to stand up at the same time in order to make the table topple over and make change happen. Now, that's that point on that. The George Floyd. Now,
Wait. Before you go into that, because you're on the roll, brother. You're on the roll. Mess around, steal the show from me.
I'm not trying to. I love watching you.
I love what you said. I think you're spot on. I don't disagree with you. I want to say, let's talk about ownership of responsibility in reference to the music before we move on to George Floyd. Because I think what we have to remember is businesses work on supply and demand. They don't work on telling people what to do. What the music industry moguls done is that they created a way to distribute people's music, give them the funding and the resource to do it. If you make music that's popular and that will make money, I will invest in you and give you an avenue to put the music out. It's not the music company's responsibility for what's popular. What's popular? What's popular?
Disagree.
Why do you disagree?
Once again, if I know that you know what? That goes back to what you said. If I know, that's me, not business. I understand what you're saying. I understand I understand your perspective. But if I know it is wrong, I'm not going to promote it. I can't.
That's you though.
Right.
That's you. See, the difference is that's you. I would never start a business that I could see that's ultimately hurting. First of all, listen, you have companies who dumped oil in oceans, who dump toxic chemicals in waters, knowing communities live there. Also, they don't have to spend the money to do it properly because it was too expensive. We have companies in this country today that put toxins in food just so they can cut costs. They don't care that it's causing cancer. They don't care that it's causing birth defects. They let you smoke a cigarette and tell you it'll kill you on the box, and they still are able to sell it. This is the country that you live in. And so what I'm saying to you is they don't have any moral obligation to make sure that we are okay or living good. They have moral obligation to the dollar. It's not about black supremacy. It's not about white supremacy. It's about green supremacy. And it's about
white supremacy. Go ahead.
Well, but at the end of the day, the money is what makes it go round, and the money is the issue. And so I think to your point, though, we are assuming that the people who are doing businesses have good hearts. And the problem is they do not. They have blood diamonds. Where did that come from? Right?
Africa, they stole them.
There you go. And how they go about do it. You have these slave shops overseas making clothes. They don't care what goes on in other countries. They're there for the money. If they have to put children on a conveyor belt, they'll do it. Listen, a lot of people don't even know that they're pulling what type of resources they get from these embryos after they do abortions, right?
And from the Congo.
So again, to your point, we are being overrun by wicked people in high places. Listen, right? And that
but they will come down.
Of course they'll come down now. We know, brother. We know they're coming down. We know they're coming down. But I just want to put that out because I think to your point, and I think a lot of people look at the issues in this world or in this country, and they're looking at it from the viewpoint of society is supposed to be a good society. I'm looking at it and I'm saying, no, society is not good. And there are wicked people in high places. And those wicked people care about making money, and they don't care about doing the right thing. The right thing to do is for them to say, hey, this music is causing problems. We don't want to support that over here. No, they're saying this music is making money. I'm going to invest more into it. It's not hurting my community, right? And in case
not yet, but a little bit. It's peeling over into it now. They're going to start changing it, then mark it down.
Well, guess why? Let me tell you why that's interesting you said that. When Eminem first came out, I don't know how old you are. I don't want to date you, but when
44.
You're 44. You don't look it, brother. You don't look it. You look good for 44,
Thank you,
brother. So when Eminem first came out, I don't know if you remember this, but they had a congressional meeting. They had an actual Congress meeting, a Senate hearing about his music. And they're saying how his music was impacting the kids in a negative way. You remember that?
I remember that.
It was a big deal. They tried to cancel him. And in my mind as a kid, I said, hold up. They let black people make this same type of music, killing, selling drugs, and they don't make any effort to change it.
They don't care.
Okay. All right.
Their more obligation is not to the plight of our community.
There you go. And so who's responsible for fixing your own community?
Us.
There you go.
You're responsible for building your house and making sure your community is okay. My heartstrings get a little pulled when it comes to the Derek Chauvin and the George Floyd thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You said, and I listen to you because I'm a very avid listener. I listen articulately to people when they speak. You said, and that it should have been brought into question that the amount of fentanyl that he had taken could have killed, 2 men or 3 men?
How you say you was an avid listener and you don't know how many men? I said.
Well, basically, okay, articulate. I'm okay. The case in point, I'm saying you said 2 to 3 men, right? It was enough in a pencil lead at the top of a pencil lead. The man was given a diagram of how much it was. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the point you said that I do not agree with.
Okay.
You are Candace Owens. I like her. She tough, she rough, but I do like her. She's something else, but I like her. Had or not, Derek Chauvin took his knee because of a personal vendetta, because he had already previously known George Floyd. This was something George Floyd was talking to a girl, wound up getting a girl that Derek Chauvin worked with. Did you know that?
Yeah,
that in the same bar?
I heard about that. Yeah, I heard
okay.
That,
Hearsay, allegedly. So Derek Chauvin, George Floyd, had a personal vendetta. You take your position of authority and power, and you use it against you, because that's what a lot of the Caucasian entities do when it comes to them being in a position of power. Most cowards are police officers. Let's just be clear on that right there, because they utilize their power to do what? Obstruct justice when they're supposed to serve and protect.
All right, pause. Let's say that
some.
Thank you. All right. I agree with you on that. Some do. Some do. Some do. And to your point, let me interject on this part. I stated that his ego is what got him in trouble. That's what.
Why can it be his evil doing?
Yeah, but his ego is here, and his ego affects his behavior. So it's all one and the same, right? Like how you said before, if you control the mind, if the mind isn't you control the mind, you can control the body. His ego interfered with his behavior, and his behavior came about because of that, possibly because allegedly that encounter that they had. Regardless,
that slight he had with him.
Well, whatever happened, doesn't even matter, because his actions, regardless, you could see the ego on Derek Chauvin's face. You could see the
no remorse.
No remorse at all. He didn't care. He was like, I'm gonna do what I want to do. You don't tell me to get up off of nobody. I'm gonna do what I want to do. His ego.
White privilege.
Well,
there you go. You taking the onus again. You taking the onus from them.
No. I didn't say nothing, brother. I didn't say nothing. I just want to clear my thoughts before I speak. I'm not taking no ownership of. I'm not gonna take away. I like to be careful when I say certain things like white privilege.
It's nothing to be careful about. It's true.
No. It depends on what we're talking about. So here's the thing. Let's talk about white privilege after this. Let's talk about, because I don't want to lose where I'm at right here. I don't want to lose where I'm at.
Put a pin in it.
All right. Let's remind me to get back to it, because I want to cover it. All right. I don't run from conversation. So, but I want to make this point with him. I believe his ego got in the way of him doing his job professionally. Right. And because of that, it led to the death of George Floyd. What I was saying is that you can't omit that the drugs were a contributing factor to his death. And that's the statement the problem I have is that during the trial, they tried to omit that, and they tried to dismiss it as if there's not a correlation. A contributing factor is what I'm saying. Officers put knees on people's necks all the time and they don't die. And so
depending on the amount of pressure applied per square unit.
Okay. All right, I'll give you that. But what I'm saying is you can't ignore the fact that the drugs is a contributing factor. Okay? Now, but that doesn't take away from the officer's lack of due regard, doesn't take away from the officer's unprofessionalism. It doesn't take away from the officer not doing his job properly, or just being completely a
jackrabbit.
Right, absolutely, for being an asshole. So that doesn't dismiss any of that. All I'm saying is put all the facts together. Make sure all the facts speak properly. And don't act like that it doesn't. You cannot state unequivocally that fentanyl in your system, coupled with the adrenaline and anxiety in the moment, and then along with the officer putting you in a position where it's difficult to breathe, asphyxiation, like all those things matter when it comes to.
Well, and to be honest with you, had the officer done his job properly and never ever put his foot on that man's neck, his body. See, what you have to understand, we're biological humans, right? Our respiration and our autonomy system, it starts to, like the parasympathetic system, it develops a response called fight or flight.
Yes.
Had his body obviously was accustomed to doing drugs. When the officer put his knee on his neck and you cannot breathe, in aspiration, your system begins to develop a response to it. It causes your heart rate to go up. It causes your breathing to go up. Your vessels begin to expand. That one action caused that man to what? Expire. It killed him from a fixation and caused his heart to do what? Overwork itself.
Yes.
I cannot absolutely fix a baby bottle that is a brand new baby and turn around and put cereal in there and not expect that baby to have gas. In other words, we know that at some point or another, the baby is going to eventually eat cereal, right?
Right.
Okay. We know that George Floyd does drugs, right?
Okay.
At that particular moment when he did that, it worked in tandem with his heart failure and him dying by fixation.
Right. So which is okay in reference to the baby bottle scenario that you gave analogy, if that baby's lactose intolerant before you gave them milk. So what we're saying is, what are the preconditions that were already existing in George Floyd?
How do you know the baby is lactose intolerant if they have not been diagnosed?
Correct. You don't know. So, and which is the issue with the officer? The officer doesn't know George Floyd's internal conditions, right?
I thought he told him he had swallowed something.
Well, that was on the video. I'm just saying, but I'm just saying just in general.
Because he should have called the paramedics then. Once he said I swallowed something, he should have called the paramedics then.
Correct. There's
his negligence attributed to that man's passing.
Which is why he got convicted, right? He got convicted because he was grossly negligent. There was a lot of things that he did that was very negligent. What I'm saying is, in the midst of us, even when I was doing the job, when I'm interacting with people, I don't know what type of health conditions people have, right? If they're resisting arrest, I don't know. I'm just trying to get them in handcuffs. You didn't tell me.
But you're not trying to hurt anybody. I would hope not.
No, I'm not. But I can be doing my job professionally within the color of the law, and it still interferes with a person's health in the moment. I've had situations where I put someone in handcuffs. They started hyperventilating. I ended up calling the ambulance, putting the handcuffs in front of them, getting them out the car. I agree. But I did that. But again, I did that because I know protocol and I follow protocol. I didn't ignore him, right? I didn't ignore him. I didn't make it up. We had that same.
You have a different kind of, your heart structure, your spiritual heart is set up differently.
This is true. And I'm a
kudos to your parents or whoever raised you.
Thank you. Shout out to mom. Shout out to dad. But to your point though, Derek Chauvin's ego again, his lack of professionalism, all the above, right? We know that played a role. All I'm saying is that you cannot put 100% blame on Derek Chauvin and not acknowledge 99.9. All right, I'll give you that. But the point I was making was just simply that the drugs in a system, there's a thing called excited delirium. You've heard of that before. I've fought people who were under the influence of methamphetamine and trying to arrest them. There are times where one have almost died. And it wasn't because I was beating on them. It was because they were so excited with the drugs in their system that it caused them some cardiac issues. And so if they had to have died in my custody, they would have said, okay, well, what were you doing? I was just handcuffing him, had him on the ground. But then when they do and look into his body, do the autopsy, they would find that he had these chemicals in his system, which played a role. One would argue that he would have never got excited if I never tried to arrest him. That's a fact. But he committed a crime. So
he committed a crime. So when you commit a crime, you must what? Apprehensively accept what comes with it.
This is true. But when you watch the video with George Floyd, he was already going through that anxiety before he was even put on the ground. So the problem is this: at what point was the drug starting to? I agree. So we know that the officer did not do their job properly with.
He did not exhibit proper training.
I agree. So we both agree on that.
At all.
Do we agree on this, that the drugs had an impact in his death?
I will have to say, in his escalation of his bodily function, about 20%.
You believe 11 grams of fentanyl in the body only contribute to
that ain't his first time doing that drug. That was a large guy. And contingent upon your composition of your body, different bodies, the way they're composed, you can handle different things.
3 grams of fentanyl will kill a horse, sir.
It'll kill a horse, but guess what? Because of what he did, it exacerbated the situation and caused him to go into cardiac arrest.
So here's the thing. So what you're telling me is based on how see, and I'm not a medical guy, but let's say this. What you're saying is because he was an avid drug user, he has a stronger resiliency to the drug.
He does.
Okay. All right.
He does. That's just like me.
And this is what I'll say. And cuckoo cuckoo, he just so happened to OD this day. Because like any other avid drug user.
Because the knee was on his neck and caused him to aspirate. Yeah.
All right. So I'm
going to use that word. I like that.
So what we agree with is that the drugs also is a contributing factor.
I would say, I'm not a medical examiner.
Yes or no?
I'm not a forensic pathologist. I would say.
Oh, now you're not a pathologist now.
I didn't state I was or wasn't, but I am stating.
All right.
I'm going to say maybe, honestly, 15% maybe.
Okay.
Maybe. Because obviously they had enough information when they did his autopsy because they cut samples of your tissue. When they did his autopsy, they could tell what was going on at that time. They said that because of the pressure that was applied to his neck, it acutely instituted in his death. That's what they said, right?
I can't remember the exact words, but I mean, we both know that contributed. That was a contributing factor.
It was it was a extremely large contributory factor.
Let me ask you: would he have not have died if fentanyl was not in his system at all?
He still would have died.
You think he still would have died?
It was his time.
So now, brother, now you over here giving me spiritual answers.
Let me tell you why it was his time.
All right, go ahead.
Had it not been his time, Derek Chauvin would have never done what he did. See, that was only a change of events. Did you look at The Simpsons and see the cartoon The Simpsons did about that?
Trust me, The Simpsons be confirming a lot of stuff.
Somebody pulling our strings.
Oh, bro, I know all day. Me and you listen, bro, we right here. I agree with you on. I mean, we know he was going to die. We know that was his time. It was part of the divine order of things, right? We can all agree on that. Now,
it was.
Now, I'm just saying though, if he did not have any of the drugs in his system, let's just say just a regular everyday person, would Derek Chauvin's actions been enough to take his life in that moment?
Well, if we was a regular everyday person, we wouldn't be where we are now. We wouldn't be having this conversation. Like you said, the divine order of things were already in place.
All right. So let me ask you this then. One other thing that was an issue with this case was that he already had some heart issues that was examined from the autopsy that they identified that he had pre-existing heart issues already. I forgot what the illness was that they touched on or what it was specifically, but anyway,
I think he had a valve issue, like his left artery,
something like that. Yeah. So I think they're looking at all these things in connection. Regardless, though, I would say this: I would have me personally, if I give a percentage, I would say I agree with the fact that you said that he's an avid drug user, so his body probably can handle it better. I can accept that. I would say respectfully 50-50 culpability.
I respect your opinion.
Only because he already had pre-existing issues in his body. And then the officer's actions only made it worse. But then I just feel like you just can't ignore. Hold on, we got a science nerd in here. This is my special one right here. What'd you say? She said he had cardiomegaly.
Cardiomyopathy?
I don't know. Can you see? Oh, you're on your phone. Cardiomegaly. MEGALY. Am I saying that? Am I pronouncing that right?
That has something to do with his valves and the way they process.
Okay, so it's a valve issue.
Yeah, that's a valve issue.
A little ventricular. What's some things? What you call it? You a science major, sir?
I am.
Okay, so you know this stuff. All right. So I'm gonna leave it to the experts.
Yeah, I haven't been deemed the expert because if I be honest with you, some of the people that are experts still commit malpractice and kill people. So that doesn't mean they're experts.
I'm glad you said that. So it should be.
We were taught by a fraudulent system. If I be honest, the medical institution was put into place by what? Who? Rockefeller, which is a fraudulent system. Everything he did was fraudulent. It was for not the betterment of the people. It was for the betterment of the elite. So let's be clear on that. So a lot of people that are into medicine and now, you do find good doctors here or there, or good nurses here or there. But out of 15, you may have 2 that really do care, because it's a money thing, and it's also they don't have the compassion. They lack it. We lack empathy and more compassion as now.
So yeah, and that's exactly what we were talking about earlier when we're talking about the rap music industry and these record labels. It's the same exact thing. It's these big organizations who are controlling it. They care more about money. They make you sick and make a profit off of it. Oh shoot, look like we lost a brother by accident. I think he clicked out. Wow, I'm gonna let him come back up. Great conversation. Very, very, a lot of great points that he made. I love his approach. I forgot his name, brother. You can come back up. Look like the call may have dropped by accident. In the meantime, does anybody else want to come up? Want to give their thoughts? Yeah. Drop the stream link. Come on up. Oh, let me answer this question. We got some questions here. Ivy the Great, shout out to you, Ivy the Great. I see you, brother. I see you got that. You got that T-Mobile. What you got?
No, maybe. I actually have AT&T.
Even worse.
I'm telling you what happened with AT&T. AT&T actually have more cell towers.
Okay. Then tell them they still need to get their service game up.
So you were Verizon.
How you know?
You had to be, because you said AT&T even worse. So there's no other alternative of Verizon. Because I know you're not talking about cricket. They way down there.
Nah, you're right. So someone said that medical issue was an enlarged heart. So he had an enlarged heart with all the other things. So I think the officer.
I think he killed the man.
Okay, and I think the fentanyl helped.
A little bit.
All right. So we agree. A little bit. It helped a little bit. You know, and not making fun of his death. It shouldn't have happened. It was tragic. The officer was wrong. I just believe that I didn't like the fact that they tried to dismiss things that are relevant for the conversation. But regardless, the officer was wrong.
Right.
So there's no one here, not on this channel are we defending any of that. So what are the questions? I know we wanted to get so I like how you said, where have you seen me defend or take the position of the sometime or what was you said something earlier?
I said, okay, this is what I said. Sometimes you take the onus or you take the culpability from away from the cops. It kind of sort of like
give me an example.
Not completely. You kind of, and I understand because you were a cop, so you're going to protect them more because you understand.
Wrong. No, that's wrong. No. Let me explain. Let me explain why I say that. The unique benefit I have is I was an officer and I'm Black, so I understand both. I understand both sides, so I get an opportunity to bring clarity.
Right.
And there are times when the officers are completely wrong. And like I say, we talked about Philando Castile. The officer was 100% wrong.
Completely wrong.
100%. So but when the officers are right, the officers are right. Now
that officer got arrested too. And they family sued them for like $2.66 million or something and won it.
They got it, yeah, because it was he shouldn't have gotten shot. You know, there's an officer I plan on doing a video on, the one who shot the kid at McDonald's, right? And so that was a white kid. I always tell people white people too. So the thing though is
not as likely. We are 5 times more.
Are Black people killed more than white people by the police?
Black people are killed more by the white people, according to the federal data statistics. That's open to the public. According to the federal data statistics, Black people are likely to be killed 4 to 5 times greater than the Caucasian counterpart. If I must be honest, let's be clear on that.
Let's be clear. I'm asking you this: are white people killed more by the police, or are Black people killed more by the police?
Black males are killed more.
No. It's not true. Nope.
Tell me. I would like for you to email me that data and show it to me.
I can email it.
I want to read it with my own eye. And if I be honest, they make up a greater amount of the population.
Why is that relevant though?
Why is it relevant?
Mm-hmm.
Because if you have more fruit than vegetables, you're gonna prone to eat more fruits.
I love your analogies, even though they don't apply. I still love them. I like the effort.
Right. They do. If you have more fruit than vegetables, you're going to eat more fruit. If you have more white people than black people, you're going to kill more white.
No.
But I want to see this data you're talking about. I have to see it.
See, the thing is, this is where the confusion comes in. But let's talk about it, because I think you bring up a really good point. I think it's important for us to talk about it. I think this is what they call social math, right? Social math. And with social math,
anthropology.
There you go. It's a good way to formulate data and statistics to make it more impactful, right? So you made a statement earlier and you said black people are 5 times more likely and okay. When we talk about per capita though, right?
Gotcha.
When we talk about because see, when we use words like 5 times more, 3 times, it confuses people who don't really understand data and statistics. And it gives the impression that it's happening more than the other, right? The reality is if we talk about raw data, raw per capita numbers, white people are killed twice as much as black people by the police. So for example, I'll pull the data up and I'll pull the data up used by numbers created, founded, and investigated by black activists and black grassroots organizations.
Oh, because I don't want to hear if it's from Caucasian Institute.
No. And that's the reason why I use their data, because people always like to say that. They say, don't give me the white man's number. Okay.
I don't want to hear.
I will give you the numbers investigated by black people. Is that fair?
That's extremely fair.
All right. So there's a website I use, this nonprofit organization called Mapping Police Violence. So I want you to look this up. And we're gonna go through it together because I think this is.
I'm gonna write this down right now.
All right, let's do it. Let's do it.
I'm gonna put it up on my computer. I'm sitting right here in front of me.
We're gonna get into it together, and I'm gonna put it up here for everybody. Let's see.
Mapping police. What now?
Mapping police violence, and as soon as I get the link. Hold on, that's my white people 2 folder. Let me bypass that.
Oh, white people 2 folder.
Where is it? Okay, here it is. And I'm going to put it
stylistically.
Hold on, I'm about to put the link in here for you. And you guys, everybody in here, I'm putting the link in the chat for you guys can follow along as well. Mappingpoliceviolence.org, and I'm gonna pull it up on here as well. I see you, Dre. Got the homie in the back. Let me see. Share screen.
I don't want to take up a whole lot of time. I want everybody to get a chance to talk.
You asking good questions. I like what you're presenting. I think they're good, they're fair, and I like the conversation. I think it's important. This is updated as of 5/15/2022. And this again is Mapping Police Violence. What I like about this site, they pull from news articles, they do their own investigations, they get eyewitness stuff, and they calculate police deaths by deaths that are in the in custody deaths by vehicles, not just by shootings, deaths with officers who had weapons outside of guns and firearms. So their number, the reason why I like using them, they're more accurate, okay? Because a lot of other sites only go by police shootings. But they said, organization said, listen, there's other ways that people lose their lives from a police encounter, not just by a gun. So police have killed, so far, we're going to go, this is 2022. We're going to go, what year you want to do? It's up to you. You're the man of the hour. What year you want to go to? You want to go to 2021?
Well, I mean, we could do 400 years worth, but we're going to say.
All right, so let's do 2021. Let's do
2021.
So the data that they have is that police have killed 1,149 people. People died in the hands
of color?
No. In general, as all.
Oh, that year is alone.
Okay. So everybody watching, in 2021, 1,149 people lost their life from a police encounter. Okay. And now that's just people. That's everybody in 2021 in the United States. We can change this to, let's look at white people. How many white people lost their life in 2021? According to Mapping Police Violence, 483 people died from a police encounter in 2021. Now let's look at black. 270.
And this is a melanated website.
Yes. And
Okay.
a lot of the activists,
and they're not being funded by white infrastructures.
That I do not know.
Uh-huh.
But well, now listen, brother. Here you go with the brothers. Always want to try to throw a monkey wrench in the conversation.
I just got to make sure because
Well, I mean, honestly, I don't know. I don't know, right?
It's been going on. They've been funding a lot of things for a long time.
Well, but listen, brother, we got to get the data from somewhere. Me and you not
even the NAACP Caucasian infrastructure funded that.
That's what I told people that. I tell people that all the time. So me and you right there. We right there. But let's look at 2019. All right, let's look at 2019. Black people 284. White people 449. This 2019. Here's the thing, and I'm not saying this, but I understand your argument. What I'm saying is, and we're gonna talk about proportionality, because that's usually the argument that's made to counter this. The reality is that more white people are killed by the police than black people. That's a fact. The problem is the argument you made earlier is that there's more white people than black people. Right?
Clearly.
This is true.
In America.
This is true. White people represent approximately 60%. Black people approximately 13 to 14%.
A little bit more because they're actually, according to geographics. What is that thing? What they did a amortization. I can't forget. It's the Geological Channel.
Okay.
Because everything is infusing so much, they are now on the recession. That's why they overturned Roe versus Wade.
Okay.
They overturned it because they understand that the way the universe is set up is that everything happens on an evolutionary time. Just like you have a lot of black people killing each other, that was once the Jews were killing each other. That was once the Caucasians were killing each other. And that was once the mafia was killing each other until they came together. And until we come together conglomerately as a group of people, we will cease to reclaim our rightful authority and power.
Okay, listen, brother, that's a conversation you're gonna have to have on another show.
You let me know.
All right. You got to send me that email, man. We definitely gonna set it up. I
Definitely.
I like your knowledge.
Thank you. Man, I watch you. Look, I watch you. I like the way you break down stuff. I be like, okay, I like him. You kind of put me on the Candace Owens level a little bit because she married a non-ethnic man.
Does that? So let me ask you this real quick, since we're on Candace Owens. Her marrying a man that's not black, does that change or discredit the things that she says?
It has a different scope. Because you got to understand, to me, if I be honest with you, according to Dr. Umar, she's in the bed with the enemy.
But who's Dr. Umar?
I love Dr. Umar.
Umar.
He's extremely radical. Don't get it twisted.
Very radical. He's
truly into African panism. He's extremely radical. But I will say this right here. 80% of the things he say I can agree with. I don't necessarily like his stance on some things, but what he says, like Kanye West says, white lives matter. I'm gonna be honest with you. When Kanye West was saying that, he was being sarcastic, and I knew he was. This man is a freaking genius. Let me tell you something. I have watched this man. I have auto-ideate with other people talking about Kanye West and his mindset. The man is a genius. He did that to spark drama, to spark talk, to gaslight the situation. Yes. Although we're in a very sensitive time, he did that on purpose, and it was not to benefit the Caucasian entity. It was actually to bring awareness to the Caucasian entity. In my heart, all lives matter, but we do know that our life does not matter as much as their life.
According to who, though?
according to statistics.
See, and I think this is where the argument
You got 80% of black people homeless. 80% of the homeless people are black. 80% of the homeless people are black.
I have to look at that.
Research
I don't know. I have to research that. I don't know off the top of my head.
They have indoctrinated them even in the school, even in the scholastic system.
Here's the problem is black people believe that someone else is required to save them.
We have to save ourselves.
So then why do we care about who thinks our lives matter more than who?
Well, let's say this right here.
Mm-hmm.
You said earlier, if I am a born white man and I participated in slavery, taking the land, writing folks off of the land, and doing the Indian Trails of Tears, which were actually our original ancestors because we were here long before the African slaves got here, and not that many even came to America. Do your research on that. We were already here.
Yeah, I'm aware on some of that stuff.
Yeah, many of them, because of the systematic gores in the ocean, went down into the islands in South America. I visited South America 3 times. This I know for a fact. Because we ourselves have, as a Caucasian entity, I took land from somebody because we have been taking over 18 million acres of our land. I took land from somebody, right? I made money off that land. My child does not have to work as hard as the African American child, and that child that after that have to work as hard as the African American child. I'm only transferring my wealth from generation to generation. When those ancestors were robbed out of their resources and goods, they have to work extra hard. Then you have people that wrote laws, that wrote the Constitution in pretty much the dark, because lights weren't even created when the Constitution was written. They was right under a lantern. You can research this. They wrote these laws that implemented slavery, and they have held those laws in place to keep us at bay. You have people that are fighting against the systemic racism, because it is true and it does happen, and it is currently happening. Even in businesses, even in executive levels, it's continually happening. But you have people that are fighting against it now. However, I have to say us, until we, as a group of people, stick together, bind together, stop killing each other, stop hurting each other, stop dogging out each other, stop letting that negative music program against each other. We are fighting a losing battle. However, on the flip side, some of us are waking up.
All right. So I like the way you ended that, brother. I like the way you ended that. I will say this to your point. We are all aware of the history. We are all aware of how sinister, how wicked, how evil that history was towards black people.
Caucasian.
And yes, the Caucasians. Yes. I'm not afraid to say it. White folks did this to black people. It's a fact. We're all aware of it. No one's shying away from it. I think the problem is, again, is that we want to make a moral argument. The reality is it's war, right? It's war. It's about money. It's about economics. It's about survival. What did they
do?
It's
about control.
And they took advantage of a group of people that were sold to them from another continent, right? And then some were already here. They did horrible.
Most were already here.
Horrible, horrific things to the natives of this country. We know that for a fact. Colonialism, we know for a fact. There was a lot
Queen Elizabeth.
There was a lot of wickedness going on. We're all aware of that. See, the argument is, again, that we're trying to identify the world through a utopian mindset, and that's
it's not possible.
That's and so the problem is people don't want to blame the evilness of others. The reality is that's life, right? Life is unfair, and I think we try to make an argument that life should be fair, but life is not fair. And
it's
so
not.
now that we acknowledge that life isn't fair and that we've been taken advantage of, the only way, to your point, for us to achieve the greatness that we absolutely have is that we have to unite. To your point, in my personal opinion, we can agree, no matter what you feel like or who agrees to what. He got the face. Here's my thought. Follow me on this one, brother. Follow me on this one.
Down the yellow brick road. Okay.
Michi X in here too, so she gonna get me if I say
I
something
love
wrong.
Michi X. Oh my God, I love her.
Michi X.
She's radical. I love her.
Super radical. She radical. She radical all day. The thing is this: whether we talk about whether it's white privilege, which I don't agree with, we can talk about it. White supremacy, whatever you want to, however you want to label it, it doesn't. At the end of the day, all those things fall at the feet of a united group of Black people, period.
I agree.
Period. And so I think at the end of the day, it's much easier to utilize or have the idea of white supremacy, racism, all those things become more relevant, a lot easier to implement when you are dealing with divided group of people. Because again, you have people from all over the world coming to this country and they're not complaining about the same thing.
They're paid to come to this country. They're not going to complain. We have taken billions of dollars through the state Senate. We have taken in this Ukrainian war. We have sent money over there to those Caucasian people.
Who voted for him?
Who you think?
Raise your hand if you voted for Biden.
I've learned to vote for policy and not a straight Democratic ticket.
Hold on.
Biden.
Hold on, sir. If you didn't vote for Biden, you're not Black.
But I'm not Black then. I'm not Black because Black is what? Black is the absorption of color and white is the abstinence of color. So I'm not Black. I'm a melanated individual having an earthly experience.
Woo! This brother said, I'm just a soul in a spacesuit.
That's all. I'm electronic vibration going through physical matter. That's it.
Facts. Hey man, you got to come back on here and we got to have another conversation, man. What's your name again, brother?
I'm on Facebook. I'm on YouTube. I'm Jazuri D. McKinnis.
All right, yeah, shoot. Let's pull your link up, man. So you got a channel as well. I didn't know that.
I have a channel. I'm trying to build my channel, but I kind of been afraid to get in front of the camera.
Why?
I don't know. I'm a shy person.
Listen, I'm gonna help you out. So you listen. You're welcome here anytime. Let me see. Put a text me your channel in the private chat. Let me find it. Let me pull it up.
How do I go to the private chat? I'm not savvy with this.
You're on your phone. Type it in. Okay, hold on. Let me look it up, man. We about to get you right, bro. We about to get you right. You need to be on here speaking. I need more help. But honestly, it's good to be able to have a conversation, even when you disagree with someone.
You have to be able to, as a human.
Yeah, man.
I told people you don't have to get upset with a person because they don't agree with you. We must be able to dialogue. That is the problem with the world now. People don't want to dialogue and have a difference of opinion and come to a concise objective in order to eradicate whatever is going wrong.
Right.
We don't have that. So that's why you have so much negativity. I can agree to disagree, but we can also come to a common ground because I don't care what anybody says. I do believe with all of my heart and soul, with all the resources, because it was once before like this, even when Mama Musa was in charge and stuff like that. Those people live in a utopia lifestyle until the Caucasian people came out of the caves and rose to power.
Well, I will say this. At the end of the day,
the Edomites, the children of the red dirt.
Ooh, bro, you trying to get my channel canceled talking that talk. Listen, at the end of the day,
it's me.
Only weapons formed from love can defeat weapons formed from hate.
A war every time.
Hey, that's how change happens, though, right? But in order for that to happen, people have to stand up and speak out, and people have to come together. And if you're not complaining, doesn't do it.
It does not. We could talk about it all day long. I could say I'm gonna build a house all day long, but until I start the foundation, until I start going to the meetings to figure out how to build a house, until I get the resources in my mind and execute those that are disseminated to me properly, I will never build a house. You cannot build a castle with just talking about it. Words are only what?
Manifestations of thoughts?
Words are only potential energy. You have to put that kinetic energy into motion in order for it to happen. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. And I am such a radical, but by the same token, I have a level of moral turpitude that says, let's try to come to a common ground at a normal level.
That's right.
But we do understand that there must be a war to get the final product.
It's gonna, and I will say this: not all war requires you to be violent.
It does not. I agree with you.
All right. Woo, I love this brother right here. All right. So make sure you hit me up on Instagram.
I will. What is your Instagram name?
See, y'all don't be listening, man. I be putting my little I'll be working so hard putting all this little stuff together for y'all.
And you know what? And guess what? And that's why you're going to explode, because you have a very philosophical standpoint.
I appreciate
And you're going to explode.
I appreciate that, brother. I appreciate that. Real Nathan Daley. It's the same as the YouTube channel. Real Nathan Daley. Yeah, hit me up on Instagram. And let me find your channel, man. I want people to go and check you out. Let's get the ball rolling, man. And I love your thoughts. I love your thought process. I love the way you articulate your positions. And I think it's great to have someone that provides logical pushback and even just being able to just have a respectful conversation, man. I enjoy it.
You have to be, man. My mother beat respecting to me.
Same here.
Man, my mama didn't play. You was not going to be disrespectful to authority. If a man had the flow, you was not going to keep opening your big mouth talking. You were going to listen. And when they asked you to talk, then you spoke.
Well, that's what we're missing, man. We're missing those values being brought back into homes. You know, kids being taught, being raised properly. Just too much things are out of order. You know what I mean? Too much is out of order at the end of the day.
We're stuck in retrograde.
Whoo, this brother over here dropping gems tonight. I know a couple people in the chat love this type of talk right here. Donna, y'all talking about some, oh yeah. So listen, brother, shoot me a message, man, and let's do something. Let me, what's your YouTube channel? Let me see if I can.
Sean G.
Sean G with SHAWNG.
SHAWNG.
Let me see. Come on.
Sean G.
You got the little fist on there or something? No,
I got a girl. I'm standing up with a girl, a beautiful girl named Teresa. She was one of my models when I did a fashion show in Texas.
Sean G. You got to let me see. You got to find it in hold on. SHWNG.
Yeah, you see it?
Nah. Oh, EE?
Yeah.
Bro, I put just a G.
Hold on, I'm gonna tell you. Hold on, wait a minute. I'm gonna give it to you. Let's go right here to YouTube.
Hold on, I see you on this thing called Worldwide Vans. Is this you? Nah, this ain't you. Sean G. Nah, there's too many Sean G's. I don't know which one.
I'm gonna give it to you right now.
All right.
I'm gonna spell it to you. SHAWN space GEE.
All right.
You're gonna see me on a girl next to me on my profile picture.
Nah, you got to send me the link, player. Send me the send me the link. Send me the link. Oh, hold on. Nah, this ain't it. You know why? Too many people got the name. Let me see.
Oh, they got my name, huh?
Yeah, it take a while.
I wonder, can I change it to my other name that is LLC?
Yeah, it's gonna take a while. But shoot it to me if you can. Yeah, we can't find it. See, even my mother says she can't find it. What happens is it takes a while because there's so many
to populate.
Well, once as you grow the channel, it puts your name closer up to the top.
Got you.
So everybody, if a lot of people have it, it's hard to find. I'd have to have the direct web link in order to be able to post it. But no worries, Dre said he found it. Dre, you found it? Dre always finding stuff. He an investigator, so that's what he do. All right, hold on. Oh, that's Instagram. Is your I'm gonna drop. Is it okay if I drop your Instagram or
absolutely? Yes, sir. Absolutely.
You drop your Instagram on here. And
yes. On Instagram, I'm Jazuri D. McKinnis.
Let me see. Sean G. Oh, I see a lady on here on Instagram. Oh, that's Shawnee G. Is that you?
No. Oh, no, I ain't Shawnee. Ain't no lady gonna be on mine. I'm all man.
Oh, okay. This ain't you then. Shawnee G _G.
My Instagram is Jazuri D. McKinnis.
Oh,
Let me find you on where are you on Instagram?
Real Nathan Daley. Find me on there and hit me up, man. And let's put something together. And definitely want to help shout out your channel. I'll put a link together. I'll put it under this.
I found you just that quick.
All right, that's what's up. All right, brother.
I'm following you.
I appreciate
Thank you so
man.
much.
All right,
I
thanks.
appreciate you, man. Keep up the great commentary.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, have a good one.
All right, you too, guy.
All right. Great conversation. Let me bring up the big homie real quick to close us out. That was amazing. Dre dropping gems Jenkins, you guys. Without further ado, the big homie. What's good, bro? What's good? That was so awesome. Oh shoot, what I do? Dre, what happened to you? Oh, I hit the hit the space bar. Dre, man, you got a chance to catch the documentary.
I did.
Today, and I think you're the perfect person to really give us your thoughts and definitely close us out. What are your thoughts and what are your thoughts about the last conversation? How do you feel about that? That was pretty cool.
Listen, it was a little mixture of both. You got a lot of conjecture in there, a lot of passion, but you know, one thing you learn when folks believe what they believe, they're convicted. And at some point, the conversation and the dialogue was awesome. But, you know, even when the question is when you provide the information, are you going to question who's coming up with the information? It's always going to be a circle and there's always going to be a maelstrom. You know, at what point are we going to really accept? Because we believe what other people tell us because a whole bunch of people are saying the same thing. But when we see it on paper, we'll often dispute it because it don't fit the narrative that we believe. You know, I'll give you an example. I like Michi X.
I didn't think about that. Yeah.
Right. I like Michi X. I believe in a lot of the stuff she say. But if somebody comes on and says something contrary, but the facts back up what they're saying, and it fits like a piece of the puzzle that fits the narrative that Michi X is saying, but there's an actual nuance and context that's not being explored. When somebody comes with that context, they're automatically going to dispute it because they like Michi X and they like the her avenue. So we have to be genuine when we come in there and have an open mind in reference to open dialogue. Like when, you know, we all know Michi is radical, but she listens, but she has answers and can back it up with data. You know what I'm saying? She just don't say, well, this is what it is, and this is what I believe, and this is what I've been told. She backs it up with data. And she's convicted with it because not only does she have the data to back up what she says, she's done the counter research to make sure that what she's saying is on point. So she's not just saying it on one side. She looked at both sides and it still comes to the same conclusion. So she goes based on the facts, which is why she likes the channel and why she likes you, because you go straight down the middle. You don't teeter-totter. If an officer did good, he did good. If he fucked up, he fucked up.
Right.
You keep it 100 and you keep it correct. You know, and you know our job is hard.
Yeah.
You know, because of the nature of my job, I'm in therapy. Because you can't do what I do and think you're going to be able to go to sleep at night. I'm just keeping 100. I'm just keeping 100.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Side note, I'll give you an example before we get into Candace Owens. Handling a case, and another investigator walks into my office, and all he sees is nudity on my computer. But I'm sitting down there and I have a full medical record. And he's like, bro, we supposed to watch these videos while we yeah, man. Yeah. We have to make sure what's in this paper coincides with what we're seeing.
Yep.
Like, damn, he's like, I don't know if I could do that. I don't know if I want to do that. Hey, it is. You sit down and watch an autopsy, you need to go ahead and go through the ME's report and make sure that everything goes inside. So you could possibly prosecute and argue that this is the cause of death. Going into, you know, the Floyd. Now, Candace Owens. Awesome job.
Right.
I think it was kind of disingenuous because if it wasn't personal, she probably wouldn't have done it. I didn't personally like
the statement she made about
it's personal now. Yeah. Then I had a problem how she ended it with, you know, Black Lives Matter lied to people to take the white America's money, the money out of white America, which white America wasn't donating. It was Black America. And to me, I put, listen, If you're a Christian, you're a Christian, and you understand that Christianity is in the heart and not in the building of the church.
Right.
Black Lives Matter pretty much took what most churches do in impoverished black neighborhoods and raised it to the top. They collect tithes and offerings when we still in the building fund, but we still don't have no building. But but pastor's still coming in here with a CLS, one day, and then he got a Maybach the next day. Right. But yet, he got a Brooks Brothers suit on, but yet he complaining.
Well, let me add this though to what you're saying. If she's saying, and I caught when she said that, and I don't think. See, my issue though with some of these conversations is there's a time and a place to add the color element. Mm-hmm. When you say white America, then it makes it seem like black people didn't contribute any financial, and that's not accurate at all. But what is accurate is a lot of some of the millions of dollars were donated from corporate entities, though. Some of the biggest donations came from corporate monies, from what I have seen. I remember. I think
but that was done to pacify us and to and keep so hey, we've done our civic duty. We contributed to Black Lives Matter. We sat down and we've had them at the table to how we can do better. That's what it was.
That's all it was. Yeah, that's all it was.
Here's where I come in at. I don't care if George Floyd had opioids or whatever he had in his system. Mm-hmm. You sat down there and had your knee on this man's neck. Your actions contributed to his death.
Yep.
And as a law enforcement officer who's been trained, you are liable and responsible because in actuality, he's in your custody. He is in your care. You are responsible to make sure that you drop this man off the same way you found him, alive.
That's right. That's
all right. So you can't sit down and say, "Oh, he had a heart attack because he had narcotics in the system." Doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. Doesn't matter. Now, granted, yes, she agreed, and she, her biggest issue is the fact that they pedestalized him and immortalized him.
Right.
When he, to most folks, he was a bum.
Right.
I mean, the man dabbled in porn. He did. He was a convicted felon, and you erected a statue. That's our ghetto Jesus, because folks still go in there and plant flowers and pray to the statue.
That's right.
And I remember we had this conversation before. As a culture, as a race, we are so thirsty and desperate for a leader to rise up and lead us that we have, we idolize social media stars who really have no talent, no ability to uplift or educate anyone.
Right.
We believe that the shit we see on TV is real. So Real Housewives in Atlanta and Real Hip Hop or Love and Hip Hop is how society really is. We live in a delusional state of being, and it's not women, it's men too. Mm-hmm. When you can sit there and have an argument and a fight over what you saw on TV and who did what, where, why, and how, and you have to create your own narratives to make you feel better, there's a problem. There is injustice in this world. Yep. And I'm gonna take it back because what most folks don't understand is we as Black people don't care about any of the other shit that's going on, only what affects us. You got to remember, Italians were discriminated against, Irish was discriminated against, Jewish was discriminated against, Polish was discriminated against, Chinese, Japanese. This country is built on bigotry, racism, and we do not hold the award on the racism award.
Right.
We're just right now the squeakiest wheel, and we're still not getting oiled.
He said the squeak. Facts.
We make a lot of noise, but nobody's running to our aid to take care of this. Like, yo, we ain't worry about that. That's like that smoke alarm in a single woman's house that keep going off that she don't want to put the battery in. Fuck it, I got used to it. So they don't care about us screaming because we haven't put anything in place and any actions to show that we're serious about being a functional and a commanding part of this society. So, because it's a race. And right now, it seems like we're comfortable coming in last because we're still talking about the last 12 races that we lost and how we were cheated, opposed to saying, fuck it, this is a brand new race. brand new runners. We got new sons. We've been training. We're going to win this race, and we're going to do it the right way. We're going to do it our way. No, we complain about white men and the white society and the Eurocentric ideology of what beauty is, but we still wear blonde hair. We still have blue eyes. We still want to look like them. We sit up there. We have no problem taking their money, but we're going to complain about them. We got to get our shit together. We don't patronize black-owned banks. We don't put money together to get our own schools to educate our children so they understand where we come from, so they understand that they are not a lost cause like they are led to believe.
Right.
At what point are we going to say, you know what? Forget about everybody else. Black folks, we're going to get rid of the TV. We don't need TV. We need our own TV network that's going to show us in a brighter light, and we're going to re-educate our people.
Yes.
And put us in a place till we have an understanding. Because once you have pride in yourself and confidence in yourself, and we can go back and say, I come from kings and queens. That's my lineage. Not, oh, I come from a nation of slaves and identify what I'm a foundational Black American because my family is slaves. No. I'm a melanin Black man that was stolen from my country who are descended from kings. Africa is still the most highest resource continent in the world. Heavily mined for its resources. But yet, all we could talk about is a piece of land here in the US that we don't own, are receiving any money, any generational funds from, but yet we're killing folks over a block we don't own, over a name on a sign that doesn't represent any of our Black lineage. We got to get it together. And as a Black law enforcement officer who's seen both sides and sees the atrocities of our community every day and what we do to each other. And trust me, it ain't all us. It's the Latinos, it's the Asians, it's the Caucasians. They do it to each other. But it's not financially feasible to put that shit on the news because it don't make money.
Facts.
You can't be a hero without a villain. Remember, bad guys wear black, good guys wear white. They put that narrative out years ago. And what are we? We're Black. We've always been identified as Black, as the villain, as the evil ones that's going to steal your kids, rob your house, when in actuality, it's the ones in white that's stealing your land, stealing your money, stealing your food, and getting rich off your labor. But yet we can't come together as a people to identify that, look, instead of thinking about myself, let me think about my community. Let's rebuild on my community so we could be a strong force, so we could sit at the table and actually be heard. They just like, okay, put one token on the table and that's all we need. We good. We meet our quota. We good. Look, we let one of y'all at the table. What more do you want?
I think to your point, and I like that Candace was bringing up a lot of Malcolm X quotes in the documentary. And a lot of people don't. Someone told me the other day, like, hey, we celebrate Martin Luther King. And I always be like, how come you don't celebrate Malcolm X, right? Because a lot of things he was saying were so spot on in reference to things of like being leery of like the Democrat Party and, hey, be careful with this, be careful with the media, be careful with these like he was so spot on about things, that are still relevant to this day. And I think when she put those clips up of Malcolm X quotes, I thought they were spot on, to be honest. And the last one she did was about the media, and Malcolm X stated, "Be mindful of the media, what you see and what they tell you, and so forth and so on." And I just, Dre, what you said was on point as always. And I think I always say, and I always say, at the end of the day, when you look at the problem, we all know how we got here. Why we are still here is a whole nother conversation.
We're in a ditch, and we unwilling to climb out of this ditch. Again, we're comfortable in our ignorance. Whenever you have to refer back shit that happened 300 years ago and you weren't alive, instead of learning from what our ancestors went through, building on the foundation that are left. Because here's the question: if some of our ancestors, for miracle, was to come back like it's flight 822, and they was to come back, would they be happy or how we are representing their labor? Would they be happy? What do you think they would say? You think they'd be like, oh, you guys have, I applaud you. No, all we do is symbolic stuff anniversary, go to the Edmund Pettus Bridge and walk. But to me, that doesn't mean anything. When the first time I did it, it meant a lot. But now it's just a symbol, and it's really nothing behind it. Folks do it for a photo op just to say, "Hey, I did it." We're not even giving our children the correct information about what happened there. You know, and it's just sorry. And then you have this one side that wants to do everything they can to make sure they rewrite history so it never even come up.
Why?
And we're allowing them to do it.
So why, in your opinion, because me and you were both working when Black Lives Matter started, and I want to make that a point to everybody. And I remember how much the respect, how much hatred people started having in the Black community towards the police after Black Lives Matter came about. It seemed like the energy changed, the mentality changed. And anytime we had a national incident where a Black man lost his life in a police encounter, whether justly or unjustly, it doesn't matter. If it was promoted in the media as a wrongful situation, can you just briefly tell people what your experience was like having to work in the environment when the media would push out certain things, or when we would have some of these top tier activists would speak out and really try to push a lot of hate speech towards police, and we're policing, because me and you police in the Black community. So for those who are listening, we policed in the Black community. So we served the Black community. And what was your experience like?
I couldn't eat before, I would sit down and eat, or if I was doing working a scene, random person, hands up, don't shoot. So I couldn't take it serious because you treating it like it's a slogan. Like you
joke, yeah.
I can't breathe. I'm like, bro, somebody died and you're making jokes of it. You're making a lot of it. I'm not even engaging with you, bro.
Yep.
Is that necessary?
Taunting, a lot of taunting.
And it's right. And they want to bait you into a moral argument. Sell out Negro. I can't believe you working for the man.
Yep.
I can't believe you robbing and stealing from your old people. What's your point?
Yeah. Yep.
And
what's your point? Right.
So, and it's like they expected Black officers to bow down under the pressure of what's going on. Now, understanding that we were having our own arguments in the precincts, like, debating right, wrong, should have happened, because we, contrary to popular belief, and I had to tell one of my homeboys this. I mean, he's a militant brother from New York. Oh, the news don't show y'all calling out. I was like, man, we be sitting up there in the back of the precinct,
dragging officers.
You know what I'm saying? We be boxing. Folks don't understand. But the thing is, what you have to understand is we cannot publicize a lot of stuff, because what it would do will undermine the image of good police officers. And it's just like, yeah, I said them, they beat up this racist white officer and lost my job. Yeah, y'all sitting up there applauding me. Y'all got me on the news, but y'all ain't paying my bills. Ain't nobody offer me no job.
Facts.
I'm still unemployed. Facts. I don't need no moral victories. What I need to do is make sure that I document this person's actions. So if anything happens, I can say, no, you need to go to his jacket and look what I put in there. That is a 4-page IA statement I put in there about this racist ass dude. But that's the thing. Everything, truth be told, you can have full transparency, but everything ain't meant for you. Because I'm gonna tell you straight up, if you saw half the stuff that come across my desk, you will lose your mind and be like, well, why? And I'm gonna tell you, we have, I spoke to a bunch of grand jurors this week. I asked them, and I told them, I was like, this is some stuff, huh? You never knew this was going on in your community. Right. I said, well, what this does is pull the veil behind what the news is not telling you. Yep. Because if you look at the face of these folks, because picking a jury for a criminal trial is nice and all, but I give grand jury way more respect, because they are sequestered for 30 days and they hear all hundreds of cases.
Yep.
And I like, one lady told me, she's like, I'm gonna have to get therapy. I don't know. She's like, straight up, she was like, a black lady and a white lady at different times. I don't know how you do it. You've been here every week testifying on these cases. how do you get your work done? I said, well, these are the cases I've worked up. But how do you sleep at night? How?
They don't see it, Dre. And to your point, and I tell people that's why I'm so passionate about this channel, bringing clarity, bringing insight into the profession. People don't know when we check bad officers. We do it all the time because the media doesn't show it or you don't hear about it. Folks say, when's the last time you reported a bad officer? You don't know how I handle some of these clowns at the, and again, that's why I have to speak out against a lot of this stuff. And I think, to your point, nobody in this chat right now watching this stream, they don't know where your trash goes, where to drop your trash. You don't know where the garbage man takes your trash. You don't know. A lot of you don't know. 90% of y'all don't know. See, the thing is, you don't respect the garbage man until no one is coming to pick your trash up. That's when you start having respect. See, when the trash starts to pile up in your house, around the corner, down the street, now you start getting worried because you don't know where to take your trash. You don't know where to get rid of it. And you don't want to get your hands dirty. And that is the problem with this profession. A lot of people have a lot to say, but if the trash man did not show up to take your trash out, you would not know what to do. You don't respect the man until you have to do the job yourself. God forbid if this country has to get in the habit of doing the job themselves. You don't know what to do. You wouldn't know how to do it, and you wouldn't have the mental fortitude to get it done. And that is the problem, Dre. That's the issue I see all the time. You complain about the people taking out the trash, yet you don't have the courage to do it yourself. So again, when you see these things happen, we have gone through so much. I don't like seeing death. That was the main reason why I left the department that we and you were working at. It was too much, dude. I couldn't take it. After a while, it just broke me down to a point to where I needed a change. It was so much going on. It seemed like every single day. And not only that, I had more stress coming from the politics of the job than I did dealing with the actual people. And that coupled with fighting management, them wanting us to do things that I thought were just unnecessary and I won't say harassment, but just over the top, writing tickets and things like that, and me challenging the structure of the job and having that pushback all the time, it was too much, man. It was too much. And so to your point, when citizens get a chance to see what really goes on, when we sit down in magistrate court and you got that first appearance hearing and you see all these men stand up and they're reading out all these charges, I'm thinking to myself like, God, dog, these guys are throwing their lives away. Sir, what's your name? Okay, what are you here for? Okay, grape. Okay. Next guy, what are you here for? Kidnapping. Okay. Next guy, what are you? Armed robbery. Okay. Oh, you shot, killed. Okay. You tied somebody up. Okay. And then the ladies stand up. Okay, man, what are you here for? Oh, you stabbed 2 people. Okay. You robbed somebody. Okay. And it's just violence down. And then you sit here and watch the judge say, you hear them talk. And what they say? I'm an outstanding citizen and I'm in school right now, Your Honor. I know I did shoot 3 people. But if you could please, I live here with my mom and my auntie. And guess what the judge say? Okay, yeah, I'll let you get out and go back home to a community that I don't live in, so you can then come back to jail and see, this is the thing. And so again, my thoughts. But I think to your point, the problem is we don't have. We got FBA in the building. So I think what's funny is if any FBA want to come up and have the conversation, you're more than happy to before we close out. I don't like keyboard thugs and keyboard warriors in my chat. So if you feel confident that you can speak and stand your own on a conversation with me, I'll be more than happy to bring you up if you have something you want to say. If not, please keep quiet in the chat because a lot of y'all are cowards and won't come up here and have the conversation, just to be clear. But just in case you have a change of heart and you feel a little frisky, I'll put this in here just for y'all, and we can make it fun tonight.
But I will say this about the media. Let me give it a little. I'm just going to tell you how invasive they are. They call the 911 centers of every jurisdiction in Georgia actually in the United States to find out what's going on. They're kind of worse than ambulance chasers. Then there's been many times I've worked the case. You know, I'm on call. I'm working on 30 minutes sleep, and I watch the news on the case that I'm working. I'm looking at myself walking up there with my little clipboard, and they put out some stuff like, "That's not what happened."
Yep.
That's not what the PIO said. How come you ain't put them on camera? That's not what he said.
Yep.
I'm like, yo, that's. I've had folks at my house. I was like, yo, read this report, and let me play this back for you. What they talking about? You know what I'm saying? And we put so much stock in give example, Superman.
Okay.
Superman was at the Daily Bugle, and no, that's Spider-Man. I'm sorry. Well, yeah, he was at Daily Bugle, and they were going over different stories, changing the narrative. Same thing with a Full Metal Jacket. No, don't say that. Use this word. Don't say that. You don't want to do this. That goes on every day before they go on air. When they put stuff in the newspaper, it's disingenuous. The information is completely skewed, and when they get it wrong, unless you sue and complain and threaten to sue for libel, they're not changing it. They're not retracting it, because when a person is falsely accused of sexual assault, they never go back and say, "Hey, this person was found innocent.
Right.
This is the person who actually committed the crime." They don't do that. Your name in perpetuity is out there. So in that aspect, Candace Owens is correct in reference to the manipulation of media, because it's big money. They control the information. All right. They're the toll collectors on the information highway.
Right.
And the fact that we have social media and you're inundated with so much information that is false, it is disingenuous, and it's to create a narrative to benefit some folks, where you have to be an adult. At some point, we have to grow up and be able to use what I call acquired knowledge. Seek and ye shall find. Find the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Before I became a Mason, I heard, oh, they this, that. I did my research, and I called one of my boys who is, and he was like, "Bro, you've eaten dinner with my family. You've stayed at my house. Have you ever seen us? No. You've gone to church with us. You worship with us. Have you seen what they say? No." I said, I tell you what, you go through it yourself. If it's something that you feel that is morally wrong, that you cannot deal with, you're more than welcome to start at any time. But if you see something and you understand and you get what we're trying to do and what this is about, finish the process and grow. That's what I want our people to do. Understand where we came from, but don't let that be your anchor to why you can't move forward. We all know a lot of us are descended from slaves, whether you were born here in the U.S. or whether you came from the Caribbean islands or some of the other islands.
Right.
We all come from slaves. You understand me?
Facts.
But that's not where our contributions stop. We made strides and contributions to this world, because had we not come over here, who knows what it used to be? They'd probably still be stuck in the Stone Age, and Africa will be the true Wakanda. Facts. Industrialized, computerized, and we'll be the industrial revolution would have took place in Africa, not here. So when you understand what we came from and what we're descended from, we supposed to use that as motivation. Okay, we didn't come from pimps and thugs. We came from kings and queens, and that's what we should be idolizing, is our royalty lineage, not the hood lineage. We so comfortable being poor that even when we get money, we can't leave the hood because we don't want to think to people that we forgot what the hood is. No, I got my lottery ticket. I got my walking papers. I'm a free man. I left the plantation. I'm out moving up north. I got me a factory job. I'm not slaving anymore. But it's not my job to sit down here and use the money I work for to lift you up, and you haven't even put any work in.
Right.
That's it. We have to work. We could stop with the handouts.
man. And listen, and that's why I love that we got some we got some FBA activists in the building, and it's not all FBA, right? It's some of the radical ones that follow like the Tariq Nasheed cult group. So bless their heart, they're in here. Not the not the Michi X FBAs. I like them. I like that. I like that division of FBA better than the Tariq Nasheed ones. They're in here. Dre, listen, man. You know I appreciate you, man, and I always love your insight. I think this channel is so much better with you, in my personal opinion. You always bring a level of wisdom and clarity to things that I can't muster up sometimes, and so I appreciate that. And I got some haters. I got one hater showed up in the back, so I'm definitely want to address them before we close out.
If you don't have haters, you ain't doing your job, Playboy. Just understand.
Facts, 100%.
You can put me down, man. That was my closing remarks.
All right. That's what's up. All right, brother. See you later, man.
No doubt.
All right. Dre always dropping gems. Shout out to ADOS. Shout out to FBA, the ones that have sense, the ones that are respectful and are mature enough to have a conversation. Shout out to them. And shout out to Takeover TY. He showed up, brother. You gotta cam up for the debates. So you know how we work over here. If you want to come up here and debate, have a conversation, you have to cam up. You got to put a face where your mouth is if you want to come up here. So take over whenever you're ready. I know sometimes you're let's make sure your internet right for this conversation. I don't see your face. All I see is a white screen. And Thoughtful Takeover. Let's do it. You got the links? Someone has an issue, please come up. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Takeover TY. You got to have your camera on for me to bring you up. You got to come back in, brother. I'll wait. I'll wait. I'll wait. I'll wait. While Takeover is trying to get his internet together, you guys, if anybody has a disagreement, anybody has anything, an issue with what I said, now's the time. Or forever hold your peace. Forever hold it, please. 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 The Thoughtful Takeover. Come on up. Come on up. We're closing out at 3:30. So if you want to, 3:30, I'm sorry. We're closing out in 20 minutes. That'll give us 3 hours and 30 minutes. We're closing out. Anybody have anything to say? Any last thoughts? While we're waiting on the two who seem to always have the most to say in the chat, but never want to come up and have the conversation, let me on. You got to cam up. You got to cam up, sir. Come on, I'll bring you up. I'll bring you up. Let's see. Yeah, I'll bring you up. What's good? What's up? First, it's you. I'm thinking, bro, I'm so ready.
He said, I'm about to kill him.
Boy, I'm about to barbecue somebody tonight. I'm just so over the BS. What's good, bro? What's good?
How you doing, brother?
Hey, man, I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm waiting for these guys to get their internet straight. They act like they don't want to cam up.
Yeah, I just want to come up here for a second, but I believe we need more people in our community like Candace Owens. Like I really believe like we need someone who's willing to stand on principles. Every time, like the one thing I like about what she stand on is it's not an emotional argument that she comes with. She comes with facts.
Yes.
She comes with the ability to be able to state the problems and how to fix it. She's come with solutions. So a lot of people don't like her because she is very assertive and she stand on what she believes. But if we have more people like that, we won't be able to see people like Black Lives Matter, taking money from the community, because that's really what they're doing. They're taking money from the community. But I know them other guys are coming up. I just wanted to jump in real quick.
Man. No, I appreciate you, man. It's my first time having you on, man. So I appreciate you. coming on. We always get a chance to kick it on Black Men Unfiltered side, and shout out to Black Men Unfiltered. And me, you always get to debate and have conversation. But I always tell people how much I enjoy a conversation over there because we just get a chance to laugh, barbershop talk, man, and just have a good time. So no, I appreciate you just coming through, man, and giving that. So much love for sure. You doing all right otherwise, though?
Yes, sir. I'm doing pretty good, man. I think a lot of people are lost in the business world, to be honest.
Yeah.
And I know we talking about politicians, but I think a lot of these problems that people have is they got to get their finances together.
Yes.
And we see a lot of YouTube. We talking about women, we talking about men, but nobody ain't talking about how can you get out that financial situation. How can you vote not because you're poor, but because you're able to make a rational decision? And that's what I'm learning. Like the Republican side is not really all about, color. It's about the people who's making it and the people who's not.
Yeah.
I think that's a big difference, if that makes sense.
Yes, I agree. And again, and my point with politics at the end of the day is that there's bad on both sides. And I think people are so focused on this color game. All Republicans and conservatives aren't evil. They're not all racist, right? All Democrats, blue and liberals, they're not all evil. They're not all racist. But guess what? There's bad on both sides. And people just don't want to acknowledge that. You have people who are in politics and they don't operate with that negative or that hateful or that greed mentality. It's just true. That's why you have to vote off of your principles, vote off of your core ideas, vote based on the things that matter to you. And too often we're voting based off of who the person is. And that's where this distraction, people can't distinguish between the issues that I want to be addressed versus what this person is doing and what they say and who they hang out with. And it turns into a whole high school thing. And then it just looks stupid. Then we don't get anything at the end of the day. If Black people voted their interests, our true interests that would truly impact we would be in a better state and held these politicians accountable. We would truly, in fact, see a change, because you won't get nothing unless you give us what we asked for. And they did that. They used to do a lot of that in the 60s and 70s. When I always brag about how the Atlanta Police Department formed, because the community leaders and the churches were like, if you don't give us Black police officers in the city of Atlanta, you're not getting these 40,000 votes, period. And guess what they did? They gave them their first, I think it was like 12 police officers for the city of Atlanta. And again, the votes have power. And this is why I did a video. I don't know if you caught this one about the Kanye West interview. Mm-hmm. Kanye West said that Donald Trump told him that when Kanye West showed up to the White House, his popularity with Black people went up, right? He told Kanye West, and this is Kanye saying this, that Trump told him that the Democrats and Republicans don't respect the Black vote. They only respect the attention that they get when they bring Black people around. He said, you guys aren't getting nothing. The Republicans aren't doing nothing for you. The Democrats aren't. And that's what he told them. And it's true. But again, you're not asking nothing in exchange for what you're giving. So what do you expect? I don't have to invest any money advertising to you. You're going to give me your vote for free. Mm-hmm. So
and then they disrespect us. I remember Joe Biden told Ice Cube, "Hey, I'm gonna sit down with you and talk about Black people issues after I get elected." He got elected and said, "I'm not taking calls." That's the most disrespectful thing you can do.
Pimp, bro. A pimp. He's a pimp. What do he say? If you don't vote for me, you're not Black. Folks, I guess I gotta vote for you. I mean, it's embarrassing, man. And the fact he played, and then when Ice Cube was saying, "Hey, we got to sit down with both sides because that's common sense," they drugged Ice Cube through the mud, man, and it was us who did it. Mm-hmm. So our worst enemy is us, man. It's us.
What I didn't understand that, because Ice Cube said, "I want to be able to talk about Black people issues, being able to get Black people ahead, being able to close this wealth gap." And he sat down with both sides, and one said, "I'll talk to you after the election if I'm elected." He said, "I'm only willing to talk to you if I get elected." And then he said, "Hey man, it's COVID out there, man.
Right. I can't. If I win, I'll talk to you. If I don't win, don't. That's such a G move, though. I mean, that's like punking somebody. Man, I ain't saying nothing. We're not having no conversation till you put me in office, and then you put him in office. Like, man, get up out of here, man. Like he punked. I mean, that to me, that's crazy. Trump was sitting down, exchanging information, even adjusted his plans that he had put together already. Whether you like what he put, whether it was enough or not enough, it doesn't matter. The idea, though, is he was willing to have the conversation. He had it, and he made adjustments to what he was doing and implementing for Black America. And so, again, hate him, love him, or don't understand him. The reality is he was open to have the conversation. Steve Harvey went up there because President Obama reached out to Steve and said, hey, work with Trump, whatever, because he's new. We want to do some things. Trump reached out to Steve Harvey. Steve Harvey accepted, went up to the Trump Towers to have a conversation at the little conference thing. And they were talking about Black issues and what to do within the youth, along with Ben Carson. When Steve Harvey came out and they took pictures, who destroyed him and almost ruined his damn career? Black folks.
Yep.
Black folks did that to Steve Harvey for wanting to try to make a difference with the person who was the president of the United States. Black people did that to another Black person who's an FBA, by the way, Steve Harvey is, who does a lot of nonprofit work in the Black community. It was Black people that dragged him. Even his best friend, quote unquote, what's the clown's name? D.L. Hughley, that clown. Insulted him, disrespected him on radio, and that's supposed to be your friend. So again, this is what we do to each other. We are doing it to ourselves, even when we're trying to help. I started this channel to help Black people, our people, my people I've risked my life for. And these are the same people who are trying to drag me through the mud. Same people who try to take my life on multiple occasions. Again, so the problem I have is not one white person has ever tried to kill me. Right? Thank God.
That's powerful, though.
Thank God. Right? But plenty of Black people have tried to kill me. So at the end of the day, the same people I'm trying to help are the same people who are trying to hurt me. And this is where we are.
The people we saw got it the worst was the 12 pastors. You remember Trump said he brought the 12 pastors in and he said, I don't know about the Black community. He said, y'all guys are in, y'all have congregations, y'all have things. Right. He said, I want y'all guys to be able to tell me how we can be able to impact them. And they got dragged. They got called. They was talking about these pastors losing, half of their congregation because they went to talk to the person that's in power. Like this is crazy that we complain. It's a lot of Black people that complain about change. And if anybody decide to do anything about change, they're gonna be criticized for doing the one thing that people are complaining about. That is absolutely crazy to me.
Yes. I don't know. Cognitive dissonance. I don't know. Reverse psychology, manipulation. We're dealing with warlocks out here who have mastered the art of manipulation. And they have done such a number on the minds of Black people and white people because they got them thinking that some of them think they're better than Black people. We're all human. We're all the same. Some of us think different, right? The reality is it's only one race. It's the human race. And somebody got you to believe that you're better than someone else based on the color of the skin. You sound like an idiot. But this is where we are. Warlocks of words have just destroyed this country. And here we are. Here we are. And like you said, when you try to be a champion of truth, a champion of righteousness, the same people you're trying to save are the ones that want to kill you.
I think that's. Go ahead.
No, it hurts, man. It hurts.
And I think it really hurts because I really had a problem with what a lot of people was doing when I saw you on the these panels because they said we should be police. I hear somebody say all the time, we should be police by our own people.
Right.
And then when our own people go in these positions, they sacrifice their lives to be in it. Instead of us getting behind the people like you, we try to get behind the drug dealers. We try to get behind the thugs. Like, I really believe that a lot of people are just complaining and they really do not want change. Because if they really did want change, why are we not at these town hall meetings? Why? I was on a panel today and I asked the guy, I said, who is the Senate of your state? The guy had no idea, but he had every complaint in the world.
Right.
Like, when are we going to get involved? Because when we get involved, that's when the change actually happens. And if you're not willing to get involved, just be quiet. Like, I really just be quiet because a lot of people are not willing to do it.
No, and again, and I think it's important for us who we have to start, those who we got to start speaking out more. And I think there's a lot of us who think like this. I think there's a misconception that a lot of Black people don't feel the way that we feel. That's absolutely false. We are just not as vocal, right? It seems like the minority of us they are the loudest, right? They're the loudest. And Black, we're not a monolith, which is true. But when we're talking about, we live in a community where if you have a different opinion, if you want to be a conservative, right? And I'm an independent. I don't like either side, to be honest. But let's just say I wanted to be a conservative or Republican, then people will hate me. There are people in the Black community that will say I'm a sellout. Hell, I'm a cop, and they say I'm a sellout. And I've saved more Black people than the majority of people I know, right? And so it's weird how good becomes bad and bad becomes good with us sometimes. And it's not all of us. And I don't want any confusion that we're painting this picture that it's all Black. Like, not at all. We're not talking absolutes, but just saying that there are segments within our community where there's an unhealthy thinking, and it's causing a lot of clashing and it's causing a lot of division, unfortunately,
And I agree. And I believe that is the reason why. Because to be honest, I fought this YouTube thing forever, and I was like, I'm not gonna do anything with YouTube. But then a lot of people was telling me the same thing you were saying. They were saying this right here. The people are doing the right thing have been quiet way too long. And that's why I like coming over to pages like you.
Yes.
Because if more of us start speaking up, if more talking, what we're going to realize is this badger of the Black man is not what the majority is. That's why I love what you're doing over here on YouTube.
Well said, brother. And that's to your point. So that also inspired me to come out and speak. There's more of us who want to see better, who are doing good. Black people are doing really good in this country, and I think also often there's too much presentation of us doing bad, and that's very, very inaccurate, very inaccurate. But to your point, spot on, man, spot on. Mm-hmm.
Because when I go back home, I don't see, and I understand if you go to the hood, but when I go back to Georgia, I don't see what we see on YouTube that say that this is the Black image.
Correct.
I see families. I see grandparents. I see people shopping into stores that don't have on a bonnet. Like it's so much out there, but I just learned that the loudest people have been the people that is the negative of our community, and we just got to say something.
That's right. And someone's always want to give them a platform, right? And I think that's the issue. And to your point, I think that's the reason why it's important that people stand up and start pushing back and speaking out. And even if we disagree on maybe how to get it done or why it should, whatever, but we need to start calling out things that are inaccurate or is not a good representation of us, to your point. And that's the thing. I think too many of us have allowed it to go on because we don't like the backlash. We don't like to be bothered by it. You know, sometimes, you know, I'll tell you this real quick, and then I'm gonna bring up Miss Watchman. There was one day I was going in Walmart and I was going to get something to eat. It was late at night. I was working the night shift, and I was like, let me go grab something to eat. I usually get like the little wraps or whatever. There are these kids who are joyriding in the electrical carts, the shopping carts. They're joyriding around the store in them, and they were black. Now, the people who work in the store at Walmart, they say, well, we don't like talking to them because if we say something, we don't know how they're going to respond. Kids these days, right? That's kind of the consensus a lot of times. Like, they don't like to even address a lot of youth anymore because a lot of them are just unruly and disrespectful. So I just went over there to them and said, hey, y'all, listen. I said, are you guys, you know, handicapped, can't walk, difficult walking, need the, nah. I said, well, listen, those are for people who have difficulty time walking. If you guys are joyriding, you break it, damage it, lose it, whatever, someone who comes in the store and needs it can't use it, you know, and it's a bad look. Well, you know what he said to me? He said, well, if I was white, would you have stopped and said it to me? And I'm thinking to myself in the moment, I thought that was such a crazy question. And I said to him, I said, no, it doesn't matter who you are or what you look like. You shouldn't be on it, right? It's not meant for you. It's not a toy, right? And so I told him that we always have to be mindful of our image. The people in the store are afraid to come and talk to you because you're black, and they think that you're going to spaz out or be disrespectful. Me telling you that you shouldn't be on it should have been enough, but you felt the need to make a point and say, if I was white, you wouldn't have said anything to me. And see, there's the issue, right? There's the issue. And instead of acknowledging that I'm in the wrong, I need to put the shit back. I wanted to try to bring race into it and make it seem like that white kids can get away with things that black kids can't. Now, right? Now we can make an argument on certain things, right? But when it comes to, again, when we are trying to self-correct our own, when we're looking at people who look like us and we can relate to, oftentimes we always get this pushback. How do you course correct? How do you course correct? And again, I'm always respectful when I approach people in uniform, never had any issues and anything like that. But I always, that situation always stuck out to me. And I explained to him, I said, your image, people are looking at how this looks. People are afraid to come and talk to you and tell you. I said, I didn't come here for you. I came here to get something to eat. But I see a bunch of kids riding around, joyriding in the store. I asked you first if you had any physical impairment, right? Could you walk? That's what I said. I didn't judge you at all. I asked, should you be in this thing? And did anybody give you access to it? You took it upon yourself to play around with it like it's a toy. And so we had a good conversation. We shook hands. And he said, you know, I appreciate you talking to me with respect. I said, and I appreciate you talking to me with respect. And we were able to go our separate ways without any issues, you know. But I never forget that situation. And it's funny, every time I go to Walmart, I think about it. Every time I see somebody, grown men, kids, whoever, they joyride those little things, I always think about it. But I called it out, right? I took the time to address it. I didn't ignore it. And I say that to say, we've gotten to a place to where now we go through life and we see each other doing things out of character, doing things that are wrong, and we are afraid to address each other. And because we've gone so long with not holding each other accountable, and a lot of us, we know we can't, we don't feel comfortable doing it. I don't do it. Even out of uniform, I don't even do it. Because I know how some of these youthful people, even adults, can be in public. And it's sad that we've got to a point to where we can't even correct each other without it being a problem, right? And that's just always something that I worried about. How do we get better if we can't correct each other?
Well, I think we just gotta as a community, and I'll go because I know you have somebody next. But as a community, we gotta be willing to take the persecution. We gotta be willing for us to look bad in front of the others. And right. I correct people all the time. If I see you doing wrong, I'm going to correct you. You can yell, you can cuss, but I would want someone to correct my child if they see them doing wrong before it can escalate to a police or somebody else get involved. So I'm correcting you, and if you don't like it, it's okay. You'll get over it.
We'll get over it. Facts. Listen, brother, man, you got to come by more often, man. And I have a show I'm planning on doing about survival and wanting to educate the audience on how to make sure they have the right things in their homes, that they need to start getting these things now. And I would love, man, for you to come by and give some financial advice. For those who don't know, E-Man is a businessman over here, and he always has some great information. He's always giving some free knowledge on money and things like that in finance, and anything that would help and provide some value to the audience, man. I would love for you to come by and hook us up sometime.
Yep, I definitely be coming by a lot more often.
Hey, I appreciate it, brother. I appreciate it.
All right, be safe, brother.
All right, you too, man. Thank you. All right. I love talking to E-Man, you guys. He's a good dude. I don't think he has a channel, but we get a chance to talk every now and then. Sometimes we have disagreements and we'll go at it until he gets irritated. But he's a good dude. I'm glad he got a chance to come through. Miss Watchman, I'm gonna bring you up. Let me get these super chats real quick. Ivy the Great, I didn't forget about you, brother. He said so. So white privilege doesn't exist. Listen, I'll have the discussion with you if you come up, and I'll give you my opinions on if white privilege exists. And he said high blood pressure would be a contributing factor too. Talking about the George Floyd situation, absolutely. But I like what Dre said. Regardless of it, the onus is on the officer to ensure the safety of the person that we have detained, and he failed to do so, which is why he was convicted. I don't feel sorry for George Zimmerman. I don't feel sorry for Derek Chauvin at all. Again, I believe his ego is what caused him the greatest punishment. And then the weight of the world. He just picked the wrong brother to hurt, boy. He picked the wrong brother to hurt. So let's see. Miss Washington, I haven't seen you in a minute. Welcome back, my dear. She said, can BLM be sued? I don't know. I don't know, and they have the backing of a strong political party, so I don't know. I'm shocked that Candace was even able to get this much information. I think they were just so careless, and they were so self-absorbed in what they achieved. I don't think they thought anybody was going to challenge or look into them, and so. Ms. Washington again with the follow says, stay married to avoid economic poverty. They say it's cheaper to keep her. It's cheaper to keep all the family. It's actually better to keep everybody when we talk about the betterment of our community. There just has to be a refocus on our values and what's important. We got to make that sacrifice. Family absolutely matters. It takes a village. So shout out to you, Ms. Washington. You're absolutely correct. We definitely need to keep families together. That way we can build stronger everything. It's all in the family. Ms. Washington's going to close us out. I know she's going to hook us up. So I'm going to bring her up. And then Blockbender TV. Shout out to you. I haven't seen you in a minute. He says, appreciating your works and true representation of our people. Blessings. Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm trying, you guys. I'm not perfect and I make mistakes. I'm not above being corrected either. I'm just very passionate and I want to see things change. And I do want to go about it a good way though, so thank you for that. I really appreciate that. $20 super chat. Miss Washington again, she says the empty wagon makes the loudest noise. Lower class gets the loudest voice. And again, I think it's on us. We got to just start speaking up. We got to start holding people accountable. We got to have more courage. We got to be braver. There's no reason why, the organization of BLM should have been able to make off with $90 million like that. And then that money not have been used as it should have been at all. And it's okay. It happened. Listen, I'm big on the things. We make mistakes. Okay, cool. That's a big mistake, but let's not repeat it. We need to be slow to jump on these things, these emotional bandwagons. We got to be slow for that. We got to evaluate people properly. Even myself, you guys hear me talking, man, look into me. I have nothing to hide, right? I'm not like some of these, they come in here to change their name. They assume a new identity and then tell you a bunch of stuff. You know, we got to stop falling for people who come with these, I don't know what you call it. They have this charisma of like a car salesman mixed with a preacher, and we just fall for those types of people. You know, those who just want to acknowledge our pain but not really hold us accountable. I think when you have a healthy balance of someone saying that, oh, we've contributed to some of this, but it doesn't mean such and such. So it's like we need more balance, man. And so often I see we fall for people who are one-sided and they pander. They pander. The panderers, the ones who pander and race bait, those are our biggest problems. Chaotic Truth with the $1. He said, let me drop the one on you. Shout out to you, Chaotic. I got to come back to your channel, man. I've just been so busy, man. I've been so busy. Definitely got to come back to you and always enjoy your work. Crazy fun, Chaotic Truth over there. Someone said Chaotic Lies. Chaotic is funny, and I enjoy his channel, you guys. Please go and check him out. Check him out. He has interesting content, and he talks about a lot of crucial stuff. I'm curious, Chaotic, if you had a chance to see the documentary, I would love to get your thoughts. Well, you probably know how you feel, but I'm curious to know what your thoughts are on that. Either Man Williams, he said, man, thank you for letting me come up. Keep doing the work. Nah, I appreciate you, brother. The great conversation as always. Thank you for always lending your voice and also giving some good money advice. So, Miss Watchman, it's on you. Look, you better be nighttime ready. Go ahead, Miss Watchman. How are you doing?
Good evening, Nathan. Normally, I would be getting ready for work, but I've had a very long week and I have to move tomorrow.
Uh-oh.
Actually, I was late coming in on your screen because I was asleep and someone woke me up 2 hours ago. But I've heard a lot of the nuggets and I've seen the previews concerning the Black Lives Matter issues with the Candace show.
Yeah.
You've had so many gems dropped in the past 2 hours that I've been watching you.
Thank you.
And there's so much to address here. So first, what I want to start off with is the Black Lives Matter. The Black Lives Matter movement started with us.
Yes.
Where there was a failure at was for our people to go and get a copyright or what do you call it?
Trademark.
A trademark.
Yeah.
On the name Black Lives Matter.
I didn't even think about that.
So what happened was Caucasians went and got the trademark.
Mm-hmm.
But they left mainly our faces as the ones to be a part, to be ushering the movement. But slowly they implemented other Caucasians into the movement. And if you look at a lot of the Black Lives Matter movements, whereas property was being destroyed, it wasn't us on the front line doing those things.
Nope.
It was not us.
Nope. At least
and what they did with that, what they did with that was they tainted our name. They tainted us as a people because they said Black Lives Matter, although White Lives Matter was the one who was creating the issues.
I saw a lot of, to your point, I watched very heavily because during the protests and the riots, I was still injured. So I was still strapped up after surgery and I was watching. That's what motivated me that's like part of the motivation for this channel, because I was like, I want to speak out against, some of these lies. I want to bring some truth to the conversation. I was watching cars pull up and there weren't black people in them. They're getting out, handing out bricks, putting bricks out on the front. They were breaking into stores. They were lighting things on fire. They were doing all these things. And then like once things started getting broken, you then Then you had black folks say, oh, well, shoot, since you broke the door, then I see them. But a lot of the initial damage, to your point, from and I've even seen videos of people filming those who weren't part of the peaceful protest, right? There was a peaceful protest, and there were, I call it the guerrilla warfare, is what I was talking about earlier. There were these guerrilla warfare tactics. You had the enemy infiltrated the movement.
Yes, coming in, bringing up the rear.
And and here's the thing, the documentary, Candace Owens, she talks about that. She says that she traced the money really well, and found out this organization that was given money, the organization trains protesters and activists and demonstrators. And so that's why when you look at the videos of some of these riots and stuff like that, people are getting arrested and they don't even live in that state. So they were busing people from other states who were trained anarchists, is what they were. They were trained anarchists, and they were sent to a city or whatever, and their job was to create chaos and then blend in with the peaceful protest. So and it's the organization that disguised themselves with the peaceful movement of Black Lives Matter, but yet Black Lives Matter got the blame, right? It's genius, to be honest. It's complete. It's genius. It's guerrilla tactics, is what they call it in the military.
Well, you see, Nathan, our people seem to be programmed to believe what they hear despite what they see.
Very true.
And what we've got to learn to do is to stop allowing other people to program us to believe what they say.
Yes.
Rather than believing what our eyes see.
Yes. Yes.
That is one of the very big problems.
Yes.
The next thing is something that I've said before. Our people need to get together and start to educate those who are uneducated concerning the Willie Lynch letter, the making of a slave. The making of a slave started with dividing us.
Yeah.
Creating division amongst us. And we have got to create our own reparations in that area. That is something that we can do on our own to reunify ourselves, to stop being against one another. The reason that our people were able to do so much back in the 50s and 60s is because they were unified.
Yep.
They were together. They did not fight against that which was for the purpose of elevating us. Our music used to be music that inspired us, that uplifted us, that informed us.
Yes.
We have to have something that we are willing to die for, that you cannot put a dollar value on. It has to be priceless. And back in the day, our men and our women who were singing, who were writing poetry, they had certain things that they were not going to sell out with. Yeah. You couldn't pay them enough to do the music that was degrading to our people.
Yes.
Now the music industry is saying, hey, if you don't sing this, you don't get paid. And it's time for our people to start standing up and saying, hey, if you don't bag this, you're not going to make any money, because we're not going to make any music. We're going to put our own dollars together and create our own industry and put our music out there ourselves so that we can uplift and empower our people. We are a great people. There's nothing that we've ever done that they have not taken over. And it is time for us to take our power back. It is time for us to show our own royalty. It is time for us to show our own strength. It is time for us to show one another our own love. We show it to everybody else except us. And it is time out for that. It is time out for putting one another down because of a lack of knowledge. It is time for us to start educating the uneducated. It is time for us to start uplifting and empowering those who are at a lower state and without power, not knowing that it is within them.
Yes.
We have to stop being afraid. We have to be willing to take the chance of being cursed out. We have to take the chance of being met with hostility so that we can show our love to our own, so that they will see we are not against them, that they will rise up, dig up their crowns, clean them off, wash them, polish them, and place them back up on their heads and walk and talk as the royalty that they are. It is time for our young men to start pulling up their pants. We don't sleep with you at night. We don't want to see your underwear when you walk out in public. We want to see you the exact same way that we saw our president, who looked like us in our time, President Obama.
He was clean.
Young ladies, we don't want to see your behind. We don't want to see your breasts. We don't sleep with you. We're not in your house with you. I apologize to you all because I got my bonnet on and my robe on. But this was important to me.
Okay.
This was important to me. So I had to come on and say something. We don't want to see your underwear. And even though I have my robe on, I'm making sure that I am maintaining my royalty and nobody is seeing anything.
Maintain that royalty, Miss Washburn. Maintain it, sister. Go ahead.
So, young ladies, please take more pride in who you are. Because right now, the way it is, the slave master don't have to strip you down to show what they're trying to sell because you're doing it for them. You are royalty. Pick up your crown, clean it off, polish it, and place it back up on your head. And know that if someone is out in public and they are speaking to you, they are not trying to bring you down. They are trying to lift you up. And stop putting our kings down. We need them. We need them. Don't get upset because a brother opened the door for you and held it until you walked through. You're not so independent that you can't relax in your femininity. Let our kings be kings when they are showing us respect. All too often, you are allowing those who have taken on this thuggish, ruggish role, as they want to call it, the ones that want to beat on you, the ones that want to come into your public project housing being paid for by tax dollars and run your house, beat on you, eat up your food, and talk crazy to your children and cause you to end up getting put out.
It happens.
You want to hold them in high esteem. And you want to step on our kings that are saying, sister, just let me lift you up.
Right.
I'm not making a pass at you, but I want you to know you got a beautiful smile.
Yes.
Learn how to accept a compliment and just say thank you. Young men, our kings, we need for you to learn how to talk to our young men. Remember, even if you weren't that way, you know somebody who was. You know somebody whose life you made a difference in. Even if it was years ago, even if it was decades ago, start making that same difference again. We got too many young people out here who have been raised by babies, who were raised by babies. I'm 51, getting ready to turn 52. I have one child and he's only 23. But most, well, a lot, I'm not going to say most, but a lot of individuals out here my age are not just grandmothers, but great-grandmothers.
Damn, talk to him.
And I don't have one grandchild. So you got to take all of this into account. And you have to understand, until you teach a person something, until they learn it, until somebody teaches them something, they simply don't know.
That's true.
So stop judging them by what you see. And look within yourself, even if you got to fall down on your knees and pray to get the guidance so that you can learn what you can do, how you can do it, what you can say and how you can say it to empower and help to lift your brother or sister up out of that slump so that you can teach them that thing that they don't know. Because even at my age, getting ready to turn 52, I'm still teachable. Because I know there are some things that I still don't know. So I want you all to keep this in mind. We got some positive music that's out here. And I'm talking about, you got to go and search the internet a lot of times to find it.
Yeah,
There's a young man named Keith Wallace that I follow on Instagram. That brother is power packed. And I'm talking about everything that he spits, Nathan, is to empower us.
Send it to
me. And
me.
he's not afraid. And he's not willing to sell out for a bag.
Yep.
So when you find those individuals who are making that positive music, start promoting it.
That's right.
If they're selling their stuff on Spotify, iPod, or whatever it is, the new wave thing, because I'm not so tech savvy that I can tell you exactly what it is. But when you know that they're selling it out there, what do they call it? Off the market.
Right. Right. Yeah.
Then you go and support them by buying it and start playing it on your radio and watch things begin to change, because music makes a difference, baby.
Yep.
Music can set the tone for how a society is going to be. Why do you think they were so upset that Eminem came out and started rapping what he was rapping?
That's right.
Because that wasn't about reaching us, it was about reaching them. It was about changing things in their society amongst their people. But as long as it's degrading us, as long as it's dividing us, then it's okay. And I can tell you this because I used to also work security in the nightclubs, and I watched them going from love and happiness to tear the club up, to shoot the club up. And however the music went, that's the way the night went.
That's right. Yep.
So start guarding what you take in. It's not just about what you eat physically for your body to nourish it, but it is about what you eat mentally.
Yes.
For your mind. In order for it to either grow or be broken down. So stop allowing the slave master with his Willie Lynch teachings to continue to enslave you mentally.
Yes.
They no longer have the shackles and the chains on your legs and your wrists and around your waist, but they have it on your mind. So when you meet a brother or a sister who acknowledges your royalty, start searching yourself that you might be able to reach up and grab it, acknowledge it, and allow it to shine.
There you go.
I want each and every one of you to be empowered. I want you to learn how to love on one another first.
Yes.
We loving everybody else. We having compassion for everybody else. We have an empathy for everybody else. We sympathize with everybody else. My brothers and my sisters, my young kings, my young queens, I beseech you to learn to have those things one for another, for those who look exactly like you. Thank you so much for having me, Nathan. I want you to continue to do what you do. Be blessed, be empowered. Always, my people, follow the truth.
There you go.
And have a wonderful night.
Have an amazing night.
Shalom.
Shalom, sister. Love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Miss Watchman, when she show up, you guys, she bring fire to the conversation every single time. What did she say? Let me close. Let me sum up what she said. I love her wisdom, and she don't look 50 something. What did she say? How she old? She said, Miss Watchman look like she about 35. Shout out to Miss Watchman, age and slow. What did she say? I think Marcus Garvey, I say it all the time. And though most of us may know the quote from Bob Marley. He said, emancipate yourself from mental slavery, right? Emancipate yourself from mental slavery. I think, those lines go over people's heads. Bob Marley said it. He got it from Marcus Garvey. Emancipate yourself from mental slavery. And I think, to her point, this is what it is. In martial arts, I used to teach kids. And in self-defense, we teach them judo and throws. Always a technique. One of the most important techniques I would teach them is controlling the head. If you control the head, you control the body, you guys. The body goes where the head goes. It has to. Or it'll break. It'll break. Control the mind, control the body. You control the heart, you control the mind. And the mind is going to do and tell the body the things it needs for it to do, you guys. That's how it works. You got to protect your ear gate, your eye gate. This is where information comes through. This is where the subconscious programming comes through. I just, I'm not saying that there are not forces of evil amongst us doing harm. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that there is a concerted amount of effort of things that we can accomplish on ourselves that would make a significant difference moving forward. A lot of the most difficult work comes inward, not outward. We want to fight this massive battle, yet we haven't done the work needed to do it. And so why we are in this position. So, wow. Great guests that came up tonight. Phenomenal conversation. Thank you so much for everyone who has donated tonight and with the Cash Apps, the Super Chats. You guys, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. And those who came up to have the conversation, thank you guys for just being patient. And shout out to Candace Owens for the sacrifice, the work that you do. Your work is appreciated. Let it be known. Your work is appreciated. I would love to have her on the channel to have a conversation with her, but she big time. She big time. But listen, I will say this. A lot of big YouTubers and just personalities have come over to the channel. That says a lot, you guys. That absolutely says a lot. I have 16.4 thousand subscribers, and I love you guys so much. I love the growth. I love the growth of the channel and the support from you guys and the support from even other YouTubers and content creators. And it's a blessing to be able to collaborate with other people who have larger platforms. Shout out to Brandon Tatum. A lot of people don't like Brandon. I won't say a lot. Some people don't like him for his stance on policing and things like that, or other issues, political stances as well. But I had a great conversation with him. We agree on a lot of things. There's some things we disagree on, you guys. But we had such a great conversation. And it was a blessing to have him on the channel, And, I have a lot of guests. Absolutely have a lot of guests. And I have a great interview coming up for you guys as well with a law professor. And I'm really excited for you guys to see it. And I just, I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful. Absolutely very grateful. Grateful for the support that I have, the support from behind the scenes, and the emails that I get. I read them. I try to read it. I read almost all the comments on the videos. And, I just appreciate it, you guys. One day I'm going to definitely reach out to Candace Owens and try to get a conversation with her. If I get Candace Owens on the channel, that'll be dope. That would be a great conversation. I'd have a lot to ask her, just out of curiosity. One of the most important questions I would ask her is, people complain about your tone or the way you present. People feel like you don't love or you don't support. What are your thoughts? That would be the first question I ask her. Because again, at the end of the day, you guys, no matter how we like to put it, people care about how you speak to them. You can have the best intentions all day, but if people don't feel like you're connecting with them, if you don't, then you'll lose them, right? And so, but she has a massive following. She's very successful, and she's a powerful voice, and she speaks a lot of strong truths. And you know, we can argue all the other stuff. We can debate it, but she's tough. She's tough. I watched her drag some folks. People have seen some of her content. She's good at what she's good, man. She's definitely good, and she's very sharp, very sharp. So, but that'll be a great conversation. Am I missing anything? Shout out to the Daily Wire for standing on their truth. You know, at the end of the day, you guys, everybody has their opinion. Everybody has their perspective. We should be in a place to be able to, one, respect it, and two, be able to sit down and have a conversation. You guys, that's it. I don't know how this turned into where people with difference of opinion can't come down and talk. It's this thing about trying to silence and censor people. You guys, I'm not with that. I don't censor on this channel. I have no problem with people coming up and talking. My only thing is just be respectful. That's always been my thing since I started this channel. I don't censor. I don't delete people's comments under the videos. Say what you say, stand by it. If you got something to say, I'll tell you to show up on Wednesday. And a lot of people, I send them the link and everything. You guys don't see a lot of the drama I snuff behind the scenes. Come up. What's your email? Here's a link. Come tell me about it. Come tell me about it. We had a brother in the chat earlier. He just can't seem to get his stuff together. You know. Got another one. He watches my stuff, but then complain about the videos. Walter. Good dude. Had conversation with him on the phone. Got and then want to talk trash under a video. Man, you always welcome to come up. Always welcome to come up. Let the people hear what you have to say. Tell me how I'm wrong. I want to hear it. I want to hear it. You know, they have the most smoke on the keyboard, but won't come up here and have the conversation. Bless their heart. Bless their heart. Great conversation tonight, you guys. Listen, I hope that you found this conversation invaluable. And please share it, you guys. You know, please share it. I hope I don't get in trouble for the clips. Shout out to Daily Wire again. Please, you guys, if you have not seen that documentary, please go and check the documentary out. I just want to give some teasers for the sake of the conversation. But I try to stick to some of the stuff that she kind of already exposed, but give you guys a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Great stream, you guys. I feel good. I feel good. My closing statements is I don't know. Let's work harder on trying to learn more from each other, be patient with each other, and be not so quick to jump on. I don't know. There's a lot. I'm gonna leave it at that. You guys, listen. Thank you so much for tonight. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful night. I will see you guys next week. And with that, let these truths find you where the lies have left you. Good night. God bless.